just I found out yesterday, Joan Randolph said, "Oh, John Adams going to do
This morning he sent an email. He said he set up all the chairs that day along the walk list, like chairs. I think got all these chairs. And all of them bring it over. No way to put a seat in there, this morning. Wow, that's amazing. I know. I'm like, I thought I had asked.
Start our December 6, 2019 meeting of the Committee of Bar Examiners. Ms. Wong, can you take our roll?
Sure. Esther Lynn. Here. Anjali Agaptia. James Bolton. Here. Alex Chen. Here. James Efting. Here. James Fox. Here. Karim Gongara. Present. Dolores Heisinger. Michael Iseri. Here. Larry Kaplan.
Here.
Paul Kramer. Here. Alex Lawrence. Here. Bethany Pick. Vince Reyes,
Hey,
David Torres, Patricia Villalobos, and Chair Robert.
Here. Okay, thank you. We have everyone but two missing members, Judge Torrealba and Dave Torres. Both could not make it today. Now is the time for public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the Committee of Bar Examiners this morning? Okay. All right. No. Then let's go to our minutes. I'm sure everyone has pored over those from the October meeting. Unfortunately, I had the flu and was not here. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? Paul, you always do that.
So moved.
Okay. All in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So the minutes are approved. And now, off we go to the report. Is that by you?
Yes.
Okay, Amy, here she is. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. So this report is a standing agenda item. It's our report on key statistical indicators. Usually highlight any deviations, but as you can see, we have numerous ebbs and flows. So what I'd like to do in the interest of time is highlight anything that's got a 15% shift, either up or down when compared to 2018. And so there are 4 areas. The first is the attorney examinations. We have, as you can tell, compared to 2018, a 19% decrease. So what that means is we have about 19% less applications from attorney applicants for the bar exam than we have when compared to 2019. The same goes for moral character determinations. These are extension applications. So not moral character applications, but the extension. This year we've experienced a 24%, I believe it's an increase. Oh, sorry, decrease. A decrease by 24% of moral character determination extension applications. The next one is the practical training of law student programs, the applications. I want to explain something about this report or in this statistic. It represents an 83% decrease, and that is artificially inflated based on how our systems have changed. I talked about how we all know that in March 2019, the Office of Admissions moved to the new AIMS system. That's the Admissions Information Management System. The application for PTLS has 3 components. So when a student applies to get practical training in the court, a dean has to sign off, the supervising attorney, and the student. So it's a 3-part application. Under the previous system, each of those were petitions that were coming in, the 3-part application. And that explains why this is artificially inflated. The previous system counted all 3 documents as 3 separate filings. And under a new system, because everything's consolidated into this portal, it's now 1. So I just want to highlight that 83% is artificially inflated. And so after this year, when we start into 2020, the numbers will be more comparable. So not to be alarmed, we don't have an 83% reduction in the number of people applying. It's inflated due to that operational factor that we are now counting it differently. The last item I want to highlight is Pro Hoc Vice applications have an 18% decrease. And again, this is a little misleading because we have a backlog on our Pro Hoc Vice applications in terms of data entry into the system. We've talked about this. This is on our list of enhancements for the Admissions Information Management System. The filing of Pro Hoc Vice is a little cumbersome in the system. We need a new restructuring of that application. If you consider that when somebody submitted a Pro Hoc Vice application under the AS400, we would simply get a court order and conduct data entry and payment and process that. We're trying to organize that in our current system, but it's set up as a portal. What that means is for anybody who wants to serve as Pro Hoc Vice in California, they are required to register somewhat like an applicant, and it's a maybe 2 or 3-part process of opening an account and adding each of these documents, and the 3rd part is the financial transaction. That has created the backlog that exists, but as I mentioned, we're trying to address that with our new AIMS remediation, and this 18% decrease is not a true statistic in the sense that it really stems from the backlog. Our number of Pro Hoc Vice applications has remained constant. So again, remediation will alleviate that, and we'll have more reliant statistics that are more accurate by 2020. Okay, so with that, does anybody have any questions about the key statistical indicators? All right, that's it, Rob.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Amy. Super thorough as always. Let's see, next review schedule. So for meetings going forward, they are going to generally be 1 day. So our January meeting is scheduled for the last day of January in LA. Anybody have any questions about that meeting coming up? Oh, Paul?
Yeah, is there going to be a planning aspect to it?
Yes, that's what I wanted to highlight, is the January meeting is typically our planning meeting. And I think it's a good opportunity at that meeting for us to revisit, as a group, all of our goals. We did this at the last meeting where we looked at issues that had come up through the year that we wanted to add to our goals for the year. So we'll do that once more. And what I mean by that is we'll take our goals that we have right now. We have some that are ongoing, some that have already happened. So as a group, we need to reassess those and see what needs to be included. So that will be part of what we do with planning. But if anybody has other ideas or any areas of concern, perhaps that we could bring to that planning session, that would be very helpful.
But because of the Bagley-Keene issues, we probably should tell you about them ahead of time to make sure that the right container entries are on the agenda, right?
Yes, well, what you could do is send us ideas that we could prepare for and put it on the agenda for that meeting.
Okay.
Okay, see you in January, everybody. Let's see. Next, updates on Office of Admissions and State Bar activities. Well, the first item is the update on the CAPA, the California Attorney Practice Guide Working Group. Unfortunately, that's me. So the CAPA surveys, and did anyone in this room participate in a CAPA survey? Oh, I read yours. Awesome. Thank you, Bethany. Anybody else? Did you do the long one or the short one?
I did the short one where they sent it to me like.
Yeah, there was a huge, much better response on that one than the long one because it was so long. Anyway, oh, Michael, I know you had some beef, but did you do it or did you just beef about it? I can't remember which one. Yeah, okay. That was a beef. At any rate, we are now left with our vendor and an incredible amount of data to go through, which is what we're currently doing. So we've had 2 meetings looking at the data and what it tells us about what we should be testing on the bar exam. The next thing that's going to happen is there's going to be a report prepared for us, for the Committee of Bar Examiners, but that has not happened yet. We have one more meeting to go over the data and what it tells us. I mean, I can tell you that we received lots of information about the kind of things that new attorneys do. And I suppose the logic is that those are the things that we should be testing on the bar exam. When we talk about minimum competence, we're talking about what things should new attorneys 0 to 3 years be expected to be minimally competent at. And we're seeing, I think, mostly things that all of us would expect: research, writing, analysis, fact gathering, and maybe some softer skills that we don't currently test on that new lawyers have identified as things they do all the time: meeting with clients, interacting with coworkers, that kind of working with the boss. So we're still parceling out what that means for the bar exam of the future. For this CAPA study, we're not looking at the cut score. We're looking at what we test and how we do it. So lots of ideas are being bounced around and soon will be presented to this committee. Should we remove some subjects from the bar so that it is less of a memorization test and more of a focus on core subjects? Part of that surveys that were sent out asked new lawyers to identify the areas of law that they were working in. And we did see a preponderance of work in the areas that you would think would be what new lawyers do: evidence and discovery and that sort of thing. So there's a lot to look at. I think that there is a view among the CAPA members that maybe we're testing too many subjects. Lisa, is it 14, including professional 13 plus professional responsibility, or 13 including professional responsibility? Currently, the Supreme Court has directed that professional responsibility be a tested subject on every bar exam. So that is also something that is up for consideration and will be for us too, because you do take that professional responsibility exam in law school. Amy's been at every meeting as well, as has other staff. Is there anything you want to add to
Sure.
what's happening?
Yes. So at our last meeting, we've had probably 2 calls and 1 in-person meeting where we really tried to digest the data, because I think Robbie has highlighted that we have an immense amount of data. So at the last meeting, what we looked at is, as he noted, there's a difference in response rate between the traditional method, which is a long survey, and then the ESM, which is that experiential sampling methodology, which is people would get a ping to respond, and we had a higher response rate, as Robbie highlighted earlier. And so we correlated both data to see which ones had the highest amount of both, aside from the response, but frequencies in some of these areas. So, for example, when we looked at topics, we looked at how the ESM ranked each of the topic areas, as well as how the traditional method ranked the topic areas that were necessary, or what people ranked as critical to performing their jobs. And again, the analysis is really for initial entry-level attorneys, so people who are coming in initially into the workforce as an attorney. And so based on that, the discussion centered on which topics might come out, or which ones should stay in as for the bar exam. I think Robbie also noted that we're also going to be looking at testing formats. And so while we're not talking about the cut score, everything's on the table in terms of suggestions or recommendations for format, for topic areas, and any other type of exploration that might stem from that. I think even the weighting proportion between the 50% MBE weight and the 50% essay weight is part of the things that are on the table for consideration. So, go ahead, Paul.
Among those factors, what about the timed nature of the test? In other words, do we need to find people who can do things at the speed that you have to? For instance, if you're in court, you can't say, Your Honor, I think I'm going to object. Can I have 5 minutes to think about it? In other words, do you have to be able to think quickly, or is that an irrelevant factor? Because it becomes an issue in our accommodations all the time, and I wonder how important how much weight should be given to that.
I think it's fair to say that all aspects of the bar exam are open for discussion. So, committee members, we are the Committee of Bar Examiners after all. This may be a historic time to be involved in this committee on the State Bar, because we may be recommending to the court changes to the way the bar exam is administered and what's on it. So, stay tuned. Are we going to, will it be in January?
That's what I want to talk about is next steps. But also to get to Paul's point too, is that you're right. Everything's on the table in terms of format, scope, and any other areas. However, we're trying to use the data to ensure that we're making data-driven decisions. And one factor, like I think the timing is a good example, is that we've never collected data. The data does not speak to the timing. I think that was not included as part of the analysis. They're really looking at breadth, knowledge, and abilities. And so I think that would be a hard conclusion to draw from the data that we've collected. The other thing I wanted to note is I just want to remind everybody that Appendix I really changed how the recommendations are being formulated and structured. So it's a working group. The CAPA working group will be making recommendations to the board and on how what the changes are. The board will then submit those to the court and legislature, and that they will ultimately make a determination on any of those changes. Robbie's representing the CBE and gathering input. So he's the CBE's representation is at that CAPA working group. So part of what why Robbie's been bringing this as an update is to funnel that feedback back to the CAPA working group. And also in terms of next steps, I don't mean to interrupt you, sorry, Robbie, but the other thing is this report was scheduled to be completed by the end of December. And it was based on what the Supreme Court, what our understanding was the Supreme Court wanted. We now have more direction, and it's my understanding that we may not be concluding with that report by the end of December. There's a need to, again, review more data, digest, and work through other pieces and components. So I think that we're going to go beyond December, and so there will be another CAPA meeting. And our meeting we have a meeting on January 31st, the next CBE meeting. What we could do is bring back Ron. I mean, he's come to do a presentation with preliminary data and then more synthesized data twice to this committee. We could do that again, but really the feedback is through Robbie's representation on CAPA.
And maybe we could share the data with the members, because I don't think we've done that yet.
We haven't, but we could definitely send you. What we have is the analysis of both the ESM and traditional methods, so you guys could review all of our the data findings through those two lenses. So we could do that.
Okay, well, super interesting. So,
Question. Okay, so I gather we don't have any formal role in making the recommendation to the Supreme Court except to provide feedback through Robbie. But would it be possible for us as a group to provide advice to the board, which I understood to be Board of Trustees, so we're not as extensively cut out as I just heard we were from this process?
So what do you suggest, Paul?
The way things normally go around here is, the reports are prepared at the last minute. There's barely time to put them in front of the Board of Trustees, and we are bypassed in the interest of expediency. So I'm wondering if time can be built into the schedule so that we can at least hear the recommendation, and maybe if we have some thoughts, we can pass them on as a group, because I don't want to put the burden on Robbie to try to synthesize everything we would say if we had the opportunity, but it does seem that we should at least be in the loop as far as providing advice.
well, I hear what you're saying. I feel like we are, even besides me, and the CAPA working group's pretty big. It's 20 people, of judges and representatives from the court, and besides me. But my understanding is that we are going to be able, as a committee, to provide input to the Board of Trustees before they make their recommendations. Isn't that so?
That's not what I heard.
That's not the case. So you're providing input on behalf of the CBE at the CAPA working group, and then that the recommendations going from the CAPA working group to the board.
Well, if we share the data with the membership, then can we get feedback from our members to me?
Yeah.
I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say, Paul, there are some representatives from law schools. I don't want to say it's like herding cats, but it's a pretty big group with lots of opinions about every bit of data, so everything takes a lot. I feel like our interests are being represented because they're shared by many on this committee, not to diminish the CBE, but I feel like everybody's points are being made. I mean, I'll try to do my best to collect input from this membership and share it as best I can. But I don't think we're going to be left out in the cold here if we have, I can't imagine that there's an idea, I mean, you just would not believe, how many different things people come up with on every issue. Because I'm trying to think, we've got, well, besides me and staff, we have several law school deans or law school representatives, 2 or 3 judges, and then various members of the legal community who serve on other things with the bar or in the state. So it's a fairly diverse group providing input. And then, of course, Ron Pai is there, and he will be, I think it would be a good idea to have him at the January meeting.
Okay.
I know I'll do the best I can. Okay, anything else on that CAPA? Oh, yes, Doctor.
So I'm looking at this original document, which I received August 23rd about the CAPA thing. And enlisted in its purposes, there's a statement that says, assess adequacy of exam format. How is that assessment going to be performed?
What we're looking at is how to test the things that we determine are necessary to establish minimum competence. So, as I said, we're looking at all kinds of things, including at this last CAPA meeting, there were exam formats presented from a number of other professions, medical board, accountancy, nursing, how they test, the practical aspect, the video aspect. So that's how we're looking at the skill set that is currently tested and may not currently be tested, and what's the best way to assess those skills. So I think that's one method that was presented at the last meeting, how other professions test. There were the CPA exam, how they do it. So I guess that's the way that we're starting. Did that answer your question?
I guess I would want some sort of professional educator to be making the opinion as to whether or not our current format actually meets certain criteria of the concept of adequacy. The other thing I found was CAPA is going to provide a blueprint for question development for the bar. And so that kind of tells me, like, I guess the way that the questions are created for the essay may actually be altered in format.
Well, as I said, the court directed the bar to take a fresh look at every aspect of the administration of the bar exam. Right now we draft our own questions in our state. We don't use the Uniform Bar Exam, the UBE. We create and administer our own test on one day, and then the Uniform Multi-State is given on the second day of our 2-day test. But how we do it and how we pick what's on it and how we measure competence is open. And I do believe that we are getting input through our vendor of educators in the testing field. Our vendor, is a testing expert, right?
Yes.
Isn't that right?
So
Dr.
the methodology, yeah, Dr. Henderson. So the methodology that's being employed for this job analysis is one that is conducted in a variety of fields. And so the approach is to measure 3 areas: knowledge, the knowledge required to conduct the job for entry-level attorneys, the skill set that's required, and abilities. And so when you look at the data, it's related to tasks. And we've seen the data here twice of the different categorizations. And so some things surfaced as being very critical. And the task at hand now is to evaluate how an exam would address that. For example, recently, at the last meeting, we looked at, again, the correlation between the two data methods of which topics came up the highest. There were, and we looked at a certain score value. Like, for example, I think there was like a score of 10. Anything that got 10 and above, those would be considered critical topic areas that would be related to the exam. One of them that came up was, for example, employment law. It's currently not on the exam, so it's one of the factors to consider. But let's say that employment law eventually became something that needed to get on the exam. I'm not suggesting it is. It's not a recommendation yet. I'm just simply using the idea of how the data has come about and how we derived the information that we have. And so if we needed to do that, that would change the scope and format of the exam. And so in terms of a blueprint for how questions are selected, that's how it would be impacted. So this methodologist is somebody who has done this for a variety of fields and now is doing it for this law area. And for law, it's an area that he hasn't done in the past. But the data is being synthesized to help us address that the exam reflects what should be tested for somebody who's coming in as an entry-level attorney.
But I get a sense from what you described what the process will be with this CAPA report. I can understand that we on the CBE are the ones that create the questions. It would make more sense to me that instead of CAPA giving the opinion to the board, which then goes to the third level, I wrote down legislature and the Supreme Court, that it should be coming through us, not through CAPA, as far as recommendations based on the data on how things might change.
Well, I mean, two things have happened. We brought the data here. I mean, this group was a first group, and we highlighted this, that got the preliminary data before it was synthesized. And then we came back after the focus groups and after the data had been synthesized to try to gather that input. One of the things that this group is doing is the CAPA working group is trying to synthesize that. It's not, as Robbie has highlighted, it's not as straightforward as it sounds. It's an immense amount of data, and it's taken multiple discussions. And in terms of the determination of who makes a recommendation, that's already been dictated by changes in our reporting structure and determinations of who makes these recommendations. That's been deemed with the CAPA working group. But we've created forums to gather some input from this group. Again, we're going to try to do that again by sending these reports and possibly bringing this discussion again in January.
Go, Dolores.
Not wanting to create more work for anybody, I want to preface my statement with that. One thing that might be helpful to allay some of the concerns, Paul's concern and others, would be to have an interim report or some kind of written report after each meeting, at least outlining the major issues that are being considered, what progress has been made, and so that we don't end up seeing a finalized report for the first time at some point. The oral reviews of the meeting are fine, but I think it would be helpful to see something in writing. For instance, with the moral character working group, it was very helpful to see, and I think Larry Kaplan sent this out, it was very helpful to see the matrices that that working group is working on and asking for input on those. I think that kind of thing is very, very helpful. To end up seeing those matrices at the very end after it's all said and done, I think would have been a little problematic for the committee. So I don't know whose job it would be to put together a one-page report. I don't know if that would be helpful, Paul, or not. What do you think?
Well, I think ultimately, ideally, we would see the whole thing. The ship has sailed on our being involved in this process. I get that. As part of my self-appointed role to continue to speak out for the continuing relevance of this committee, of course, I'm not happy with that. But I would prefer that it had been brought to us. It's not. We certainly should be given a copy of the full report and recommendations with time. So, for instance, if we decide that we want to go speak to the Board of Trustees individually, because we are not going to be allowed to speak as a full committee, we should be able to do that. Not just provided it after the Board of Trustees adopts it as marching orders, to the extent that we still have a role in determining behaviors.
Oh, Jim, did you want to?
Yeah, could I make a suggestion that I think could help solve part of this? And I understand and I share your concern, Paul, that the members of the committee apparently do not have the ability to see the report before. And so what I would suggest is, if there is a draft report by CAPA, that be disseminated to each member of the committee. Now, obviously, we have a Bagley-Keene problem in that members of the committee should not be discussing it with other members of the committee. But if you have comments that you would like to be considered by CAPA or by the Board of Trustees, that we respond directly to Amy, because Amy is not a member of the committee, and it would not be a Bagley-Keene violation for every member of the committee to contact her directly.
And I also want to highlight that when it gets on the board agenda, that all of board, this would be a public agenda. So I think nothing should deter CBE members from attending that session to make public comments. So aside from providing the draft, sending me feedback, I could also, CBE members could attend that board meeting where that discussion will take place. At this moment, I don't know what meeting that will be, because as I mentioned, there's going to be an extension to that deadline at the end of the year. But as soon as we know this information, we can disseminate it here.
Okay, so we'll stay tuned on that.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I have a quick comment. I kind of want to elaborate on Dolores's suggestion that she provided as a way of moving forward. Part of my issue is having to remember all these dates and all these things that are taking place. And there's a lot of things going on at once right now. We're going to major transformation here at the bar, and I really would hope that in the future, when we take on these big undertakings, that we would have a one-sheeter like we do with our legal updates that kind of, as on a continuum, tells us. From my experience on this committee, we get presentations, but they're in siloed, and they're never really connected, and it's always like you have to go here, and so data's all over the place. So for me, moving forward, and if there was a way that we could keep that at the back of our minds as we're developing new things, I think would be really helpful to kind of put it all together and see what work has been done and is continuing to be done.
I mean, that's been the goal with keeping this CAPA agenda item on here. I mean, I definitely understand and I hear it loud and clear the need for some written documentation. And I think sending you the data analysis that we've received, which is some of the only byproducts that we've received in writing from CAPA, from the CAPA research team, we'll gladly share those. And as a matter of fact, I'm wondering if we could even get the PowerPoints that we've seen to date and see if that's available. But in terms of that effort, Kareem, of trying to corral and synthesize all of the activities that are going on, we try to keep this on this agenda as a way of doing that. But I hear you that there's a need for more written documentation, and we'll bring that. I mean, we'll try to do that with CAPA.
Okay, moving on, the update on the moral character working group. What I love about James Epting is we started on the same day, right, 3 years ago.
I think so, yes.
We both came on the same day, so good luck.
Well, the working group is moving along. It's nice to have input from the schools who kind of give their perspective of what they're looking for with respect to talking to their students and advising their students with respect to moral character questions. What we're trying to do, and I think there was an discussion of this earlier, we're trying to put together some matrices that say, in this situation, this is something that really concerns the bar, or this doesn't concern the bar. So if you were involved in a single piece of litigation involving a divorce, no kids, nothing else, that's on one end of the scale, and then something that's a very contentious divorce with violations of court orders, that may be something that the bar is more interested in looking into. So that this matrice, which will be maybe 6 or 9 pages, maybe more, will give both the school, the students, and staff some ideas or some things to work around. So right now we're talking about what should be in there, what things are of interest to the school, what things are of interest to the members, and putting matrices together. So it's moving forward nicely. So that's my report.
And then if I could just add on, Dolores had mentioned that we did send out the matrices to some of the committee members, and I just wanted to clarify what that was. So for the matrices, we have 3 volunteer groups from the working group, and so we had asked for volunteers from the Committee of Bar Examiners, and so that's why Larry and Dolores prepared. And overall, the goal for the working group is to have the matrices finalized by February, and then after that, we would send it out to the committee to receive individual feedback. So again, not communicating much to yourself, but to me, David, Amy, one of us. And then we would bring that to the full committee I'm looking at the dates, the April 2020 meeting. So that would come to the committee before the Board of Trustees.
If you're interested, our meetings are public, and you can see the webcast of them. Our next meeting is Monday, a week from this Monday. I think the 19th. Excuse me?
December 16th.
Yep.
16th? Yes, okay. It starts at 10:30, usually goes to about 3.
Mm-hmm. And then we do have the dates for January and February. January will be the 23rd, and February will be the 20th, and those are both going to be in San Francisco as well due to issues reserving the room. So.
And you don't have to watch that day. You can watch the day later or a week later.
Yep, so it's archived on the webcast. So.
Robbie, are your meetings webcast?
Yes, they are.
So we can look at those and watch them.
Yes, they are, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
They're on webcast and they are in the archive.
Okay. Oh, we're done? Oh, okay, wow, thank you. Thank you, James, it was so awesome, I just wanted it to go on more. So next, CS Bars, Kareem, our continuing bigwig representing us there, please fill us in.
Thank you, Robbie, I really appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're having a good morning. We met yesterday for CS Bars here in San Francisco. Our meetings are live webcasted. So if you do want to watch those, it was a 10 to 3-ish type meeting, and it was pretty lengthy. Some of the big pieces I want to take away is that we welcome Greg Murphy to the committee, who has a background in the ABA section on legal education and on the CAPA working group. And we recommended Dean Myron Steeves from Trinity Law School for consideration to the Moral Character Working Group for the California Accredited Law School. We also had a very lively discussion about what type of data and demographics we'll be capturing from our schools for the annual report. So that's an ongoing discussion we're having, and hopefully we'll have something for the next meeting to kind of give you a more understanding of where we're headed there. And then I have a presentation that I'm doing alongside the great Mr. Alex Lawrence during educational standards that will take a deeper dive into what we're looking at in the accreditation rules. So we've been pretty busy. We're working really hard. Each of the group has some assignments that I'll kind of elaborate on during our presentation. But for the most part, that's it. If there's any questions, I'm here to answer them, and staff as well. Seeing nothing from my colleagues, I'm going to pitch this right back to the wonderful chair, Mr. Brody.
Okay. And let's see. Let's go to our next topic, which is the update on the premature release of bar exam topics. Carolyn and Amy.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So as you all know by now, the results of the investigation into the inadvertent premature disclosure of the general exam topics for July 2019 bar exam has concluded and have been made public. And that investigation showed that the cause of the disclosure was human error. And in the course of the investigation, and since then, the State Bar has been working to, diligently identify ways in which we can secure the process and secure the exam questions even further. And Amy is going to be addressing some of the ways that the State Bar is working towards that goal.
Thank you. So internally, we've met to examine what safeguards we can put in place, and I'm going to highlight a few that we have already implemented effective immediately. The first is re-examining when documents are both developed and when they're sent. Specifically, we want to ensure that we don't develop documents containing any sensitive exam information too far in advance to ensure that, and ensuring that once they're developed, that their send date is prominently clear to everyone, whether it's internal staff or external. The other thing is we want to ensure that correspondence sent on behalf of someone has been confirmed by the sender. So, for example, anything that is sent on behalf or from the director of admissions, that person has, that he or she has confirmed that document or the sending of that document. Also, we want to, in the future, highlight that calibration invitations are confidential information while ensuring that, again, that they're sent at the appropriate time, which is after the examination. We also are revisiting all exam-related material to ensure that we don't overly share information about the exam. For example, the memo that goes out to CBE members indicating what room they're assigned to at the calibration. We're going to list them by room number rather than by topic areas, because I think the invitation sometimes included that information. So again, the effort is to re-examine how much detail we include in our documents in an effort to not overly share and overly explain too much. And one change that should be notable to CBE members this last round is the packets went out for question selection that's happening tomorrow. That now only had a list of your question rather than all of the topic areas. Again, that is part of this effort to reduce any potential question topic release, premature release. The other thing is internally we are re-examining what gets placed on the share drive prior to the exam as well as access to that share drive. We plan to conduct a staff training in anticipation of the February 2020 exam on confidential material handling processes and changes to those processes. So that's coming up. And also in 2020, we plan to create additional exam questions to have a reserve bank on hand if this were ever to become necessary. So those are some of the measures that we are going to be putting in place in response to this incident. So does anybody have any questions or concerns?
Yes.
All right.
Kareem?
Yes, thank you for that. Part of my concern with this whole process was if there's any update to a crisis communications plan and ensuring that we're informing all of our partners as the process goes along. I know these things are very timely, very quick, but is there any mentioning of that in your discussions?
Yeah. So we probably need to develop a process for that. And, On the day that these events happened and we shared the topic areas with the schools, I know that that happened on a Saturday evening, and perhaps some CBE members received information or it hit the social media faster, very quickly. So that communication process should have happened simultaneously. This was a first-time event for us. We will re-examine that. But we sent an email that Sunday morning to CBE members, and perhaps, and then we did that at a later time for the law schools. You're absolutely right that it probably should have happened simultaneously, but I think it was such a shock to us, and that we will have to, we can now build a better process as a result. But at the time, our initial priority was to ensure that applicants or examinees that were enrolled for that exam had these topic areas at the same time.
Yeah, and I say that with saying that once we did own it and we embraced it, it was stellar. Like, it was one of the best ways that we approached it. I just think there could have been a little more. I mean, in the social media world, everything is hypersensitive, hyper intense. I mean, things are happening simultaneously in the entire world, and they blow up in a matter of seconds. So it just would be good if we could evaluate that. But beyond that, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You know, I see we've had a number of people join us since the meeting started. Public comment is the first thing that we do after we call the roll, but I don't want to keep anyone. Is there anyone visiting that would like to make a public comment today? I'm going to open that up again if anybody else would like to, because I see we have so many more people here. Would anyone like to make a public comment at this time? No? Okay. Then let's keep moving in our meeting. Any other recent developments to address this morning,
Yes.
Amy?
The last item I want to highlight is the AIMS system. So I want to give everybody an update as to where we were. I think at the last meeting I talked about the need for a new contract. So at the November 14th Board of Trustees meeting, the board approved spending $725,000 for a Phase 2 project to stabilize AIMS. I talked about the need to both stabilize and enhance the current system. And so we received approval to execute a contract and also to authorize the release of those funds. So we've embarked on this AIMS remediation as of what month are we in? So as of the beginning of the month, and it is going to include 8 sprints that are going to run through March 2nd. When that sprint is done on March 2nd, from March 2nd through March 23rd, we will be in a production support environment. So that is one of the last sprints, and that is we're going to have hands-on support through this process. There are a few things that we've done differently as a result of lessons learned from our first round. Some of the things include a more hands-on approach for the UAT process. Again, UAT is a user acceptance testing. So in our previous phase, in our initial phase of development, a lot of that UAT happened independently, so that individuals were required to go in and do UAT testing. We're going to do more lead trainings as part of that, as part of the UAT process. We're also going to use actual data, which is not what happened in that first phase, because we now have actual data. So one of the things we're doing is in our UAT environment is using cases that we have at the moment. These are enhancements that will really help address some of the setbacks that we experienced in our first phase. So again, we're in our Phase 2, and we are addressing very big discrepancies and impact changes that we have that have created operational backlogs for us. And so so far we're off to a successful start. But with that, does anybody have any questions? Okay. Yes, Kareem.
Thank you for that. I am interested to see where our progress is on the, I forget they renamed it, that program to help students that were taking the bar exam to help each other. It was renamed.
Yes. The bar exam strategy, bar exam stories and strategies.
So is there any indication that that'll be merged with Ames, or would that be tracked in Ames, or are we not looking to measure in that capacity?
So that was a study that was conducted independent of the state bar. That study aimed to look at ways of improving the psyche in preparing for the bar exam. That analysis in terms of what happened that was for the February 2019 exam. The analysis is going to be conducted this month, so we don't have results yet. We don't have another wave schedule that's contingent on some of these findings. And so, perhaps in the future, if it were to be deemed successful and necessary, we could adopt it into the AIMS system. We did use the AIMS system to register, and that helped remember the first wave, people had a hard time finding the link and so on. We incorporated into the AIMS this past round. And so I think your question is, if it were to continue in the future, would we keep it in there? And most likely we would.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Moving on to examinations. Paul, you're really going to shine. You have to do all the work here. First is the approval of the draft report to the Supreme Court regarding the July bar exam. That's Paul and Lisa. Wow. So, a lot to brag about.
Okay.
Are you bragging?
Well, no, I'm not a bragger.
I know you're not a braggart.
We had something set for 10 o'clock, is that?
We do, but we could follow. We could do this one item. Our presenter is on her way out.
Oh, okay. So 0200 is the report to the Supreme Court on the July bar exam. I didn't have any particular questions about it. Does anyone else?
Move to approve the recommendation.
I have one question, and maybe we have to go discuss the particulars in closed session, but on, I guess, page 6, you talk about the applicants whose total scores were between 1390 and 1439.9999999. Do we know how many those were? Whether there were 6, 10, 20? Can you say, is that something that has to do in closed session? How many rereads were there?
I mean, there are quite a few. A lot of people go to second read.
And of those, say, of 100, were 10%, 5%, 2% passed after the reread? Or is that information available?
Our psychometrician keeps that information. I don't have any off the top of my head, but if we could provide that information to you, I think.
Okay, maybe I'll talk to you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
Jim, just so you know and everyone knows, as part of the one of the recommendations that came out of the Appendix I process was to take a look at the grading process that we engage in, including the phased grading. And so we will be bringing a report to CBE at some time in the future where we look at that very issue of how many people move to the second phase of grading the second read, how many within sort of various bands between that 1390 and 1439.999. And so we'll be talking about that for a discussion of whether there should be any changes to the way we do the grading process.
Is there a date for that, or just somewhere out there?
Do we have a date when we might be able to bring that? Maybe the next meeting or two meetings from now?
I think that we could do it at either the January meeting or the next one is April. So, yeah. So it's going to be one of our upcoming meetings.
Okay.
Okay.
Ask a question?
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Doc.
On whatever date that this gets presented to the team's grading, can we have an educational session or run by to describe what phased grading is all about so that we can kind of re-understand whether or not we want to shift away from that format?
Oh, yeah. So we have done a presentation. Staff has conducted a presentation on phased grading. We could do it again and bring it to the committee. We could do it at the January meeting in anticipation of this presentation. But the phased grading is the methodology that's employed by staff for conducting the bar exam grading. And so staff could do it rather than Ron B.
Okay, so that, what you're bringing up as far as, I guess, changing the grading format, that wouldn't necessarily be within our line of control then?
So,
I mean, if we were going to discuss, you had mentioned that there might be a change in the grading format, that's something that staff would decide on, not.
oh, no. I think it would be a discussion that's happening here, but I think that's separate from, I'm not sure if you were going back to the report on the bar exam changes or the job analysis. That is separate and apart from this. So that we were directed to conduct an analysis of how we approach grading for two things. To ensure, part of the analysis and what's going to be included in that report is a comparison of how other jurisdictions conduct bar exam grading to see how California fares among other bar jurisdictions. The other thing was to look at our approach in general, and I think Roger's report, our psychometrician's report, is looking at the efficiencies that we gain in our approach altogether. So at the end of this, if there are recommendations, it will happen with the CBE once that presentation happens. That answers your question. But it sounds like one of the things that's necessary for that is some orientation on phase grading, and we could add that as part of that presentation. Okay.
Okay, and Mr. Fox, I
I
believe
made
I
a
heard you
motion
make
to
a motion
approve
to
the staff
approve.
recommendation to finalize the report and submit it to the Supreme Court.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so that draft report is now approved. And speaking of reports, Paul, you have another report. Oh, I'm sorry, do we need to stop for our
Yes.
10 o'clock?
Yes.
Who is it?
I'm Julia Weber, so that's our training.
Where is that on our agenda?
So we are going to skip to item, under moral character, item
there
B. It's a set schedule.
Okay,
So we just need a quick minute to set up the PowerPoint. So can we
all
take
right,
5
we're
minutes?
just going to, we have a presentation on the dynamics of sexual assault and survivor response. Julia Weber is here. We just need to set up the PowerPoint. So let's take a 5-minute breather while we get that set up, and when we come back, we'll have that presentation.
Thank you.
With a speaker, I'm going to let Tara do the introductions and set the stage for our presentation. So please do.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So just on a brief note as well, we do have the moral character investigators and supervisors here to attend this training. The folks in the back, if you guys want to stand up for a quick second, just so the CBE knows who you are. All right, so this is your moral character team. Thank you, everyone. And so Ms. Weber is here today. I'll give a brief bio in a moment. Just a little bit of background on why we have this presentation is members of the subcommittee asked for some more information just when we do see an applicant who may have suffered sexual assault, and then some other actions after that in the aftermath. And so Ms. Weber will give us a little bit of an insight into that today. So she does hold a law degree and a master's in social work from Washington University in St. Louis. She pursued both degrees at the same time, as a result, brings a cohesive and comprehensive perspective to family and community issues. She's a mediator, a member of the State Bar of California, and adjunct professor teaching domestic violence at Golden Gate University School of Law in San Francisco as well. And so thank you so much, Julia.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'm pleased to be here. So thank you for inviting me. It's a great opportunity to talk about this issue, and I am happy to take questions. And I'm not as familiar with your process and whether you're going to have people listening with questions or just everyone in the room. So I look to the staff and chair. But I'm happy to make it as interactive as possible and to answer questions as we go along, if that makes sense. So however you'd like to set it up. So you heard that I have a background as a lawyer and a social worker. I did pursue the degrees at the same time, which gave me what I like to think of as a multicultural experience, going from the law school during part of the day and having vigorous debate and opportunity to talk about important issues related to the law and all that that entails, which was not nearly as touchy-feely as what happened at the latter part of the day when I went to the social work school. And we sat in circles and talked about our feelings and were encouraged to pursue therapy and really think about what kind of support and help people need to address issues of trauma. So it was a vastly different experience going between those two academic environments, and it continues to be as such, I think, for much of the work I've done in the law and in the area of social work. I continued to work in family law for many years and then was with the Judicial Council from 1999 to 2017, working on domestic violence, family law issues, gender bias, access and fairness issues, and a number of different projects related to the work of the Family and Juvenile Law Advisory Committee, where I served as co-counsel. And I did a lot of training for mediators. I've worked as a mediator, as you heard, and that's one of those areas, mediators who work in our child custody courts, our child custody cases in California, sit in that space between dealing with people's feelings, issues of trauma, concerns about violence and abuse, and within the legal context that our courts have to adjudicate and our attorneys address in the area of family law and child custody. So it's an area of great interest to me. I serve as an expert witness as well, which provides an opportunity for me to work with attorneys and courts, educating folks, juries, and lawyers, and often their clients about the dynamics of domestic violence and sexual assault and related issues. So I'm very interested in all of that, and I'm very pleased that you all are interested in learning more about that. So I'll be covering a number of different issues today, and I think we have about 2 hours. So I'll get started with a little bit more about just sort of the context in which I'm framing this work, which is that we all experience stress and different forms of trauma in a variety of ways. And there's research that's been done and recommendations that you may be familiar with on issues related to well-being in the profession, in the legal profession. And we know there's an enormous amount of stress. I've done a number of trainings on trauma-informed work for courts, for judicial officers. We often don't really think about, and this is where my academic experience was really telling in terms of the different experiences, we don't often focus on trauma and what we now refer to often as compassion fatigue or secondary trauma or vicarious trauma that many people experience in the legal profession. So attorneys and judges and court staff are exposed to incredible levels of conflict, complex issues, trauma, the stories that are heard on a regular basis. I recently did a training for some clerks in the court, and it was so clear that there had been really, from their educational background and their experience, they had never really had an opportunity to talk about trauma and to understand trauma and to really get into how experiences of personal trauma might impact their work. And every day they're interacting with the public, they're reading declarations, hearing about very difficult situations. And that combined with their own experiences of trauma can create an enormous amount of stress, sometimes referred to or shows up as burnout, but we are tending to use the compassion fatigue idea, which is a little bit less judgmental. That is, it's not just about getting annoyed and sort of burning out or fizzling out after a long career, but it's really about I can no longer sort of muster the compassion and understanding because I'm just exhausted from being confronted with it on a regular basis. So my focus is on trying to help people become much more aware of how trauma impacts their lives, to raise awareness about our own experiences of trauma, and then to consider that in the work we do so that we can reduce the negative impact of that trauma on our lives and the stress that goes with that as well. I assume in talking about this topic, which is a very difficult topic to talk about, especially in a large group, in a formal setting, Sexual assault, domestic violence, these words get tossed around, but they are incredibly upsetting and concerning. We're talking about violence. We live in a very violent community, as we hear, I think, on a regular basis. I was just getting a ride over here, and we were talking about the recent the shootings this week. Yesterday, one of the ways I've spent my time in the last year is 3 days a week I'm with the Giffords Law Center to prevent gun violence, focusing on implementation of our prohibitions in California, including restraining orders, gun violence restraining orders, domestic violence restraining orders. So just yesterday we were at the Judicial Council building doing an all-day event on how the courts and prosecutors, public defenders, city attorneys, district attorneys can all work on accessing the various tools we have around disarming prohibited persons. And we had Gabby Giffords there herself, a victim of gun violence. And of course, many people in the room have experienced gun violence and other forms of trauma. It's just so palpable and real in a variety of forms. And while this session's about sexual assault, it's really within this context of the various forms that violence shows up and the trauma that many people experience that I want to put this discussion. And I want to just raise the point that I don't expect or ask people to reveal their personal experiences with sexual assault or domestic violence, but I acknowledge that there are people in this room who have experienced sexual assault, domestic violence, other forms of trauma, and appreciate that in taking a trauma-informed approach, we remain sensitive to that issue. This is not about other people only. This is about all of us. We care about people who have sometimes perpetrated violence within families, and many of us have experienced violence within our families, within intimate relationships, and at the hands of strangers. And so just, I think, raising awareness of that reality is a crucial first step so that we don't tend to make this someone else's problem or situation. So we often want to start this discussion with a sense of the scope of the problem, right? So it's how we approach a lot of work. We want to know, how often does this happen? How prevalent is it? How serious is it? What should I think about it? Is this something that happens rarely, in a limited way? The biggest problem really is that we don't have good numbers on it. The nature of sexual assault is such that we don't really get a good sense. There's this understanding that there's a significant amount of underreporting. We know from some of the research that's been done that maybe 20-25% of sexual assaults or rapes are reported to law enforcement. And we know that from surveys that have been done, the National Crime Victimization Survey that involves calling thousands of people, really some of the more reliable statistics. But even that is defined in the context of a criminal act. And many people don't think of what they've experienced around sexual assault as a criminal act. The definition of sexual assault varies. We have legal definitions, of course, in the criminal code. We have indications of what sexual assault or sexual violence might look like or be prohibited within our civil code as well. And then we have just experiences that may not be legally sanctionable, but that people experience. And that may include unwanted touching and a whole range of behaviors that fall under the category of assault and that may be associated with sexual assault. So there are two sort of sets of statistics and, well, I'd say three. So the Department of Justice Bureau of Justice Statistics includes a lot of their numbers in the work that you'll see on various websites. And there are two websites and organizations that show up on their websites with resource information that I wanted to make sure and share with people who may be listening or in the room, because while this may not be a place to reach out for help, if you or you know someone who needs assistance, these are excellent resources. So both the Rape and Sexual Assault Network, RAINN, has a hotline that you can call, you can chat with people online. This is increasingly available through the National Domestic Violence Hotline as well. They've seen a huge increase in contacts being made online through chat rather than picking up the phone. And the National Domestic Violence Hotline is also up here as well. Their number 1-800-799-SAFE, and also the website address at thehotline.org. So I'd just like to note that those resources are available, and 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The National Domestic Violence Hotline is available in over 120 languages and is accessible for people who are hearing impaired as well. So some of the statistics I share today will come from RAIN, who collects statistics from the Bureau of Justice Statistics and the Centers for Disease Control as well. So I share the statistics, but they aren't that great. So that's what I want to say, right? I'm going to tell you sort of what the picture is like, but that doesn't mean it's going to be clear, and by the end of it, you're going to know how many people experience this. Because it's confusing, the numbers don't line up, and that's part of my point in sharing the information about the scope of the problem. So this is a statistic or a chart that shows that RAIN uses on its website to talk about the number of sexual assaults over the course of the years, and it goes from 93 to 97, which is included in that first bar on the far left, all the way up to 2016. And what it indicates is that we've actually seen a decline in the rate of sexual assault or the prevalence of sexual assault in the United States over this period of time. As compared to some other years, 2016 is lower. The numbers that are thrown out around this include that every 73 seconds, you'll hear an American is sexually assaulted. So every 73 seconds. So that's one of the ways the information is presented. We know that sexual violence, broadly defined, affects thousands of Americans each year. We also know, as this is shown, that there seems to be a decline. There are lots of reasons why this might be the case. Again, it could be in part the way numbers are collected, the definitions that are used. Some of that has changed over time. There is certainly some concern that the reporting, the decline, may be associated with an interest in appearing to have dealt with this problem more effectively than we may have, right? So we can say, look, we have not received as many, or we have been able to adjudicate those cases differently in our organization or the aspect of the system that we're involved with. So there is some concern that the numbers, while they appear to show a decline, don't really reflect the reality of sexual violence. So we should not get, when you see this kind of chart or hear those kinds of numbers that suggest a decline, I want to encourage you to be critical of that and to recognize that this could be an inaccurate picture of the reality of sexual violence in the U.S.
Excuse me? Hi, I have a question, if that's okay, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering about if there's been any enhancements in data collection at the local level and all the way down to the state, and where we're capturing this information that's kind of giving a more broader perspective. Seeing the trend, I'm just wondering, like, what has happened to kind of make it dwindle, or are we just getting, what type of data is coming in to kind of report this?
Right. So the data sources come from a variety of places. That we have sort of, one of the issues is that sexual violence can be thought of as a public health problem, right? So we can collect information from health providers. We also think of it as a legal problem, and so we can think of it as the reports on the crime, so crime statistics, right? And that really varies, because are we thinking about rape? Are we thinking about battery? And it has a lot to do with how the data is coded and collected. So the tendency is to believe that the National Crime Victimization Survey, which is direct calls to individuals, thousands of individuals around the country, where people report their experiences of crime, provide the best numbers. Now, the problem with that is that you have to define it as a crime. And one of the issues with sexual violence, which is disproportionately perpetrated and experienced within the context of relationships, is it's not always thought of as a crime, because the tendency is to think of crime as being something that's perpetrated between strangers, a stranger on stranger situation. And so unfortunately and I'll have a few other slides that show some numbers about kids, inmates, it shows up in all different ways. And so enhancements, improvements, there's greater recognition that it's problematic, I would say that. And I do think there's more screening, more questions about it in the healthcare context, for example. So we may see some numbers about that. But basically what everyone universally agrees on in this field is that the numbers are terrible.
I agree.
Right? And so I'm only spending time on it so that you have that sense about it, as opposed to I'm not going to be able to back any of this stuff up and say, oh yeah, this is a good number, that's a good number. It's happening more than we would like to see happen, of course. There was a public service campaign that was developed a few years ago by some of the national organizations, and I am going to feature in this presentation some of the PSAs from that, just pictures with some quotes from people who have experienced sexual assault, just to highlight some of the issues, which is to just recognize in this case the fact that it's so largely underreported. This is not, for lots of reasons, and this is part of understanding the dynamics of sexual assault. This is not something that people generally volunteer. They may not even recognize it as a problem, which is one of the issues that contributes to post-traumatic stress disorder and stress and associated problems, because it's not something that is readily identifiable or reported by individuals. So let alone reported to law enforcement, right? So, when I work with the family courts, often you'll hear, that there's, every family law case is a domestic violence case. And if you sit on a domestic violence calendar, you can believe that. But that's 100% of what your calendar is about, and actually reflects a smaller percentage of the family law disputes, many of which are settled and many of which don't involve any domestic violence. So depending on what part of the problem you're working on, you can come to believe that something is more prevalent or that people readily make allegations, when in reality, much of this kind of behavior, and I will talk about domestic violence and sexual assault not as separately as some might, because I think too often those things get siloed, and domestic violence or intimate partner violence is sort of a larger subject. Sexual violence is one aspect of intimate partner violence, and I'll talk about that in a little more detail in a bit. But just so understanding that the reporting is problematic itself. There are a few more statistics that I want to throw out there. We often talk about this as a problem that disproportionately affects women, and it does. Upwards of 85, 90% plus of the victims of sexual violence, of rape and sexual assault, are women. But men are also victims or survivors. The language here is also important to become familiar with. There are those who will argue very strongly that we should be talking about survivors and use that terminology, and others who say, I'm clearly a victim and I don't appreciate being told that I'm a survivor. So you'll hear me go victim-survivor, victim/survivor. If you're working with people or communicating with people who may be experiencing sexual assault or have experienced sexual assault, and it's appropriate, it can be okay to ask, but just be aware that not everybody wants to be told they're a survivor and not everybody wants to be told they're a victim, right? You can imagine a bit about why that would be the case. But you'll see these kinds of statistics that, for example, nearly 1 in 5 women, about 18 to 19%, and 1 in 71 men, 1.4%, have been raped during their lifetime. And rape is one aspect of sexual assault, right? So you'll see some of this language, for example, here about 1 in 5 women. This is from actually numbers from the Centers for Disease Control. 1 in 5 women and 1 in 12 men have experienced contact sexual violence by an intimate partner. So that's yet another phrase or term, contact sexual violence. Maybe not rape legally, and we can go into the details on that, but it usually involves a legal definition that includes penetration. And contact sexual violence could be a range of unwanted touching that would be thought of as a sexual nature. And we see here the numbers related to severe physical violence from an intimate partner, largely perpetrated by men. When men experience domestic violence, it's often, more often at the hands of a male partner who perpetrated the violence, but women also perpetrate domestic violence, and this crosses class, race, socioeconomic status, gender identity. This is not something that only happens in poorer communities. It looks different. Access to resources may be different. There may be reasons why people don't disclose that have to do with particular characteristics. And again, I can talk a little bit more about that. Some other numbers just to try and put this into context and again expose you to different ways that people are thinking about the issue. Over the course of a year, these are numbers that come again from the National Crime Victimization Survey and from the Department of Justice numbers. We see that sort of categories of people who've experienced sexual assault: inmates, children, sexual abuse, so that's within this category of sexual assault. We have this number about the general public. This is during the course of a year. Americans 12 and older, 433,648 were sexually assaulted or raped. And in the military, we also see this as a concern as well. 18,900 experienced unwanted sexual contact. And so you can see here, these are statistics that come from a variety of sources, and as a result, the description is a little bit different. So unwanted sexual contact, sexual abuse as a child, all of this can fall within this category of sexual abuse or assault. Okay? And now yet another number. So you've seen 1 in 5, now it's 1 in 6, right? So this is broken down. I highlight this again from the National Sexual Assault Hotline. You can see the way it's categorized here. 1 out of every 6 American women has been the victim of an attempted or completed rape in her lifetime, right? So again, other definitions. This is messier than we like for most topics, but important to know that that's how it's being discussed. I also think it's important to highlight sometimes because we think of it often as a crime, and the statistics come from the criminal world largely, that we tend to think of it as something that's perpetrated by a stranger against someone that they don't know, another stranger. But in fact, where the rapes happen, sexual assaults happen, 55% of them, again, looking over the course of those year statistics, at or near the victim's home, often within the context of an intimate partner relationship, other places as well. So again, we tend to focus on the being in a strange place or far from home, but actually one of the most dangerous places for victims or potential victims is in their home. So I want to also put this in the context of domestic violence, and I know I was asked to speak specifically about sexual assault, but because so much sexual assault occurs in the context of intimate partner violence, intimate partner relationships, I want to talk about how the dynamics of domestic violence a little bit. So one of the, there's a sort of range of behaviors in intimate relationships, and domestic violence is increasingly being understood not just as a legal issue, but a public health issue, and more focus is being placed earlier in development, child development, teen, on the need to help people develop healthier relationships, healthier intimate partner relationships, because there are a range of behaviors. And sexual assault, sexual misconduct that occurs within the context of a relationship will also be defined as domestic violence. And I've worked on a lot of domestic violence cases, and in confidential situations where victims had very good reason and opportunity to share information about sexual violence in their relationships. And I have worked with people for a long time who will share all sorts of aspects of the violence, but it takes a long time, and sometimes I am confident they never share information related to sexual assault. There's a tremendous amount of embarrassment, shame, and fear about discussing sexual assault within the context of domestic violence. Domestic violence is understood to be, and we may have many people in the room who are experts in this area as well, so I welcome further definition and discussion about this, because it's also an area in which there are a variety of definitions of domestic violence, as I showed with that graph with the graphic with the continuum. We increasingly, especially in California, are taking a much more expanded legal definitional approach to domestic violence, understanding that disturbing the peace, for example, through threatening to disclose information on social media that could embarrass somebody and cause enormous emotional distress, is a form of domestic violence. So that's legally sanctionable. You can get a restraining order around, for example. We have a variety of definitions of intimate partner violence, but one of the things that many of the definitions have in common is this notion that power and control is at the center of the behavior, of the relationship, of the perpetration of the violence. And this power and control wheel, this is a little bit updated version of what was developed in Duluth, Minnesota in the 80s and 90s through the Duluth Abuse Intervention Project. The power and control wheel was utilized to help victim survivors understand the nature of their relationship was based on input from victims and survivors about what they were experiencing in their relationship. So power and control is at the center of it. And it's one reason that leaving becomes such a dangerous proposition for people, because it's at that moment that people, victim survivors, are making a decision to change the power and control dynamic. You can see surrounding the power and control at the center of the relationship are a variety of behaviors, right? So it could show up as, in a domestic violence situation, there may be emotional abuse, belittling, undermining someone's self-esteem, calling them names, making them feel isolated, small, and disempowered. There may be abuse that includes isolating them from their family and friends. We have pets and property abuse, which is now something you can address in a restraining order in California, threatening to harm pets or doing real harm to pets. Financial abuse, control over finances, for example. And of course, physical abuse, which is how many of us tend to think about domestic violence. So sexual abuse, you'll see on this wheel, is one aspect of the kind of domestic violence that can be perpetrated. And it's actually quite unusual when you have a situation involving domestic violence, an intimate partner relationship, that sexual abuse is not part of that domestic violence dynamic, given how central power and control is to the relationship. Okay? So power and control wheel is important. Another way of defining domestic violence, including the perpetration of sexual assault in the context of a relationship, is rulemaking. So I really appreciate this definition. Of course, we have the legal definition, we have the public health definitions around sexual assault and domestic violence. This is research that was done by Barbara Hart, an attorney who founded the Battered Women's Justice Project, talking to victim survivors about their experience in intimate partner relationships. Ultimately, one of the best definitions that she found that was pretty consistent no matter what type of abuse was being perpetrated is that it's a rule-making situation. And I find that many of us in the legal profession can relate to this definition and understand the significance around rules and how powerful they can be, both in shaping a relationship and in giving people some opportunity to leave a relationship, because it's really at the point that you're leaving and you're asking the law to step in that you're suggesting that another set of rules be imposed on somebody who has themselves been imposing rules on somebody else. And so that's that dynamic that changes when somebody leaves and makes it such a risky time, as I mentioned. So in a domestic violence relationship, there's a rule maker. And the first rule is, I'm the one who makes the rules, right? That's the first and most important rule right there. Red flag, right? I make the rules in this adult relationship, right? So we're not equals. I'm the rule maker. And the next rule that's pretty consistent in these relationships is you cannot leave. No separation. You cannot leave this relationship. The other one is you can't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone about the violence. Don't tell anyone about the abuse. Don't embarrass me. Don't shame me. Keep quiet about what's going on in this relationship. And the last one is be loyal, right? So you don't, again, embarrass me. Stay true to me. So you can't separate. You can't tell anyone. You have to respect and be loyal to me, and I make all of the rules. So this combination of rules and rulemaking creates an environment in which people may find it very difficult to report anything about their victimization, and very difficult to leave, and make it very hard for them to feel like there are any resources out there. One of the exercises that I do in my class, in my domestic violence law class, and in many of my workshops, is called the drawbridge. And it's a story that was created by a woman named Judith Katz back in the 70s. She was doing some work on unlearning racism, and she created this story in which there's a baron and a baroness. And the baron says to the baroness, I'm going to go out and do some work, and you may not leave the castle. And if you do, you will be punished severely. And so while he's out and about, she decides she wants to go visit her lover. So she leaves the castle, and she goes and spends nice time with her lover, and she tries to get back to the castle, and the way is blocked. And she can't get to the castle across the moat without some assistance. So she goes back to her lover and says, I need some help. I got to get back to the castle, or I'm going to be harmed. And the lover says, we just have a romantic relationship. I'm not going to be able to help you. She goes to a friend, and she says to the friend, I need some assistance. And the friend says, well, you knew what the rules were. I'm not available to help you. And she goes to try to get the assistance of a boatman to take her across the moat. And the boatman says, it's going to cost you some money. I don't do this for free. Not a pro bono boatman. And I'm not going to take you. And she says, I have no money, so I can't use the boatman. So eventually she finds her way back to the castle. The gatekeeper, who has been assigned the task of killing her as a result of her misdeeds, kills her. And I asked the class, or the participants in the workshop, to tell me who's most to least responsible for the baroness's death. And I would just ask not for you to make that decision. I have them go into groups, come up with a consensus decision, encourage them to stay collegial and friendly by the end of the discussion, which sometimes works, but not always. And what do you imagine, anyone want to share their thoughts on this? What do you imagine some of the issues are that come up for people? Anyone?
Infidelity.
Infidelity, right? She knew what was going to happen, and I'm not comfortable with her decision to break the marriage vows, and so she's responsible. So that comes up, right? That she's responsible. She knew the rules. She made the decision to leave. I have done this, and many of my colleagues have done this exercise all over the world. I've done it with women's studies groups. I've done it with victim advocates. Very consistently, one of the issues that's debated that comes up is she knew the rules. She violated the rules. She's responsible for her behavior, right? That is a critical, I didn't even set up Ezra to say that, but thank you, right? Because that goes to the heart of the issue that many of us are sort of concerned about victim-survivor behavior. Very rarely do we get a response that says the most immoral or improper thing that happened in this story is that someone made a rule that another adult couldn't leave the castle, right? It takes a lot of us a while to get to that place. It's not something that necessarily comes up immediately for people. And so I use that as an example. The other elements in the story, the other characters in the story, we can think of as representing different aspects of why it's so difficult for someone to leave. There are romantic notions about sort of if I turn to the courts, for example, or if I seek assistance from a just system, that there will be justice. And when you go and find out that it might cost you money and time, or the court's not open when you want to go, or you need to have a certain level of education to understand the process, then your romantic notions of justice may turn out to be only romantic, right? Sort of like the lover, that relationship. And we also know that there are resources that if you don't have the money for, you can't go to a hotel. Or even if we think of a shelter, shelters might not be costly, but you may not be able to bring your children of a certain age, your male children of a certain age. You may not be able to bring your pets. There are rules and limitations on your ability to access some resources, such as the boatman. And I've done this with attorneys who do legal aid work and pro bono work, and very rarely do they even think about a pro bono boatman, like that we actually do things for free. The boatman's usually the least responsible, because people say he has to earn a living and we can't really hold him responsible. So I think it's just useful to be considering the various ways that people are challenged in sharing what's actually going on in their relationship. And that the actual problem here is that someone is perpetrating violence, not what the survivor or victim may have done, and that somebody has created a dynamic where they're going to control the other person through sexual violence. And so now I sort of want to move on to the issue of what the impact is. Just building on what I shared with you about the experience of isolation, unwillingness or concern about reporting. Again, one of the big questions that come up is why doesn't she leave an intimate partner relationship, or why doesn't the person call the police or ask for help? And I'm going to go through some of the additional reasons that I've already shared some with you, and I'll build on that. So for too many people who have experienced violence and abuse in an adult relationship, it's not the first time that they've experienced abuse. They may have grown up in an abusive family. We know that that's one of the factors, especially for men who perpetrate, is that they have often been the victims of domestic violence as children, witnessing domestic violence in their homes, and did not have alternative examples of how to have healthy relationships. So there's too often a belief that abuse is normal. You know, there isn't always a lot of discussion and sharing about what's healthy in a relationship and what is appropriate in terms of avoiding abuse. So believing abuse is normal is one of the impacts that can happen. There are concerns also depending on people's identity. For example, in LGBTQ situations in which there is abuse, in those relationships there may be concern about being out about that, about embarrassing the partner, having to come out about being in an intimate relationship. Also concerns about protecting the community, and this comes out for people in marginalized communities, communities that may be perceived as being more violent or prone to criminal activity, communities of color. There can be a lot of concern about exposing what will be perceived as criminal or problematic behavior and not wanting to embarrass the community, let alone that particular individual that you're connected to. There's a lot of embarrassment and shame that goes with disclosing sexual assault and abuse, whether it's been perpetrated by an intimate partner or by a stranger. A lot of victims of this kind of violence experience a loss in self-esteem and a belief that they should even have the right to speak out about what's happened. And then there may be cultural or religious reasons. A lot of shame, again, victim blaming and shame around the experience of sexual violation, and not wanting to share what happened. So all of those reasons contribute, in addition to lack of resources. Concerns about credibility is a big issue. So one of the things I always find interesting when we teach about screening for domestic violence in the public health context or in the court system, for example, we train mediators under our court rules. They're expected to screen for domestic violence in the family law context. And so we have developed forms, intake sheets, trauma-informed questions that our courts are supposed to be asking about that topic. And then we ask about it. Someone says, yes, I've experienced abuse, perhaps sexual assault. And then sometimes the next question is, well, did you tell anyone else? No, this is the first time I'm disclosing it. And then there's a tendency for some to not take that allegation seriously because the first time it's come up is in the context of litigation. The reality is, unless we don't generally ask that question. You're going through your life, people are not asking you questions about your intimate partner relationships, right? So when people are asked, they might reveal, and it may be the first time, right? And so even going through a process of having to share information that might have some connection to their moral character and their application, it may be one of the first times that they're being asked questions about things that have happened in their behavior that might encourage revelations that they have not otherwise revealed. And I think that's an important part of it. And I haven't been asked to go into detail about your next steps after having this discussion or learning about it, but I just think making the connection and understanding that the process itself may be the moment at which people are first beginning to reveal information about what's happened, and to be thoughtful about why we might question credibility when in fact we have set up a situation in which they might otherwise reveal. Another piece of this is that part of the reporting is just not having the faith that anyone's really going to believe what happened, having the understanding that anyone's going to be able to be responsive to what's gone on in that person's life. So a lot of victim survivors will talk about there's very little incentive to reveal this information. And so all of that contributes to problems that arise when people are not able to get the help they need after a traumatic experience. If they don't tell the story, if they don't reveal the information, and they aren't able to manage the stress and anxiety and the real effects of the traumatic experience on their lives, then we may be in a situation where they end up engaging in other behaviors that become problematic because they have not been able to deal with the original traumatic incident. And that's when we get into some things that I think are probably more related to some of the work that you may end up doing in the context of reviewing people's applications. So, for example, we know that survivors of sexual assault are much more likely, at the top there, if you can't see it, 26 times more likely to abuse drugs. And again, these are statistics that come from a variety of sources. 13 times more likely to abuse alcohol, 6 times more likely to suffer from PTSD. They're more likely to contemplate suicide, more likely to suffer from depression. These are just some of the areas, and I'll give you some more details on them. We know that 94%, this is what the research suggests, of women who are raped experience symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder during the 2 weeks following the rape. Okay? 30% of women report symptoms of PTSD 9 months after the rape. 33% of women who are raped contemplate suicide. 13% of women who are raped attempt suicide. And approximately 70% of rape or sexual assault victims experience moderate to severe distress, which is a larger percentage than any other violent crime. So the stress associated with experiencing the violence and abuse is significant. We also know that PTSD, just to elaborate on this a little bit, among women associated with sexual assault is significant. 1 out of every 3 rape victims develops PTSD sometime during their lives. And what does that look like? Repeated thoughts of the assault itself, memories, nightmares. It's hard to see some of this, so I'll read it. Avoidance of thoughts, feelings, situations related to the assault, negative changes in thoughts and feelings, and difficulty sleeping and concentrating, jumpiness, irritability, and I've already mentioned some of the statistics about 2 weeks there on the bottom and 9 months. The concern about suicide is very significant. There's been some recent attention to that. I don't know, have many of you seen the documentary Audrey and Daisy about two young women who experienced sexual assault on campus or in the context of a school situation, and one of them ends up committing suicide as part of the story. You learn about all of that. It's a significant issue. There's actually more work being done to look at how often suicide, there's a group of people in San Francisco who are talking about this issue, how often things that have been listed as suicide might actually be the result of domestic violence and sexual assault, intimate partner violence. And again, when we talk about trying to get good statistics on this, it's hard to know if it hasn't been revealed. So very hard to study as a result. I think this statistic is also important to understand, that people who've been sexually assaulted are more likely to use drugs than the general public. That's well understood. 6 times more likely to use cocaine, 10 times as likely to use major drugs, and as a result, there may develop a chemical dependency problem, which itself can then become an issue in their work life, school life, and so forth. There's a project that was done with survivors and victims talking about how their sexual assault experience affected them over time. So another piece of this is there's the event, there's the immediate aftermath, and then there's what might show up years later and might show up in the context of becoming an attorney, for example, or behaviors that might manifest themselves in the process of becoming an attorney, or as a professional who may have experienced sexual assault prior, a long time ago, or again in the context of their current professional life. So this was a project where victim survivors shared some of the experiences over time. So you can see, hopefully, and I'll read it for those who may not, 4 months later I had my first drink, 12 months later I was drinking almost every day. This is a project, you can see hashtag lasting impact. 20 months later I was an alcoholic, I lost my job. 21 months later, drinking was consuming most of my financial and social resources. 27 months later, my first AA meeting, which sounds very hopeful, and then we see 30 months later, my first relapse. 6 years later, I've been clean and sober for over 3 years. Relapse is not uncommon. I imagine you've become familiar with or may have educational opportunities to specifically focus on chemical dependency and sobriety and the possibility of relapse, but just to briefly touch on it here, that's not unusual to have the up and down, and associated, of course, here with sexual assault, not unusual either. Another story here, over the last 20 years, so 20 years since the sexual assault, I've been diagnosed with, and you can hopefully see, depression, insomnia, dissociation, self-mutilation, substance abuse, codependency, anxiety, PTSD, borderline, OCD, bulimia, psychosis, but I have, through the struggle, gained resilience, courage, strength, and friendship. So over the course of, this is 20 years, so this is not something that just necessarily goes away. People may be struggling and being diagnosed with a variety of situations that, again, not going to cover today, could themselves be a workshop or training on how someone might get, with the significance of being diagnosed with any of these issues, does not make it impossible for someone to pursue a profession, including the legal profession, and important to understand how these might be associated with this experience of sexual assault. one of the things that we believe is most helpful in healing from sexual assault is the ability to talk about it, to find out you're not alone, to overcome the feelings of responsibility, victim blaming, isolation, to better address the stress and trauma. And there are a variety of ways that that has happened. And my hope is that we will be able to play this brief video here where you can hear directly from some survivors. Let's see if this works. And if not, we will, Ezra's going to do some magic and we can go to the video itself. Yeah? Or maybe you will. Thank you very much.
If everyone who was a survivor of sexual violence was like ruined and had their life ruined, then our economy would collapse because of loss of productivity. People kind of survive in lots of different ways, some pretty healthy, some less healthy.
Something that I took up to support myself after this initially happened was that I got really into running. I'm not sporty at all.
I'm not sure how I would have made it through if I hadn't been able to write about it.
I've created a piece of theatre about my experiences of healing after sexual assault.
I mean, I've been writing since the age of 6, and I suppose if you asked me at 6 what I wanted to be, I'd say I want to be a writer and write a book. I just obviously never thought that my first book would be about my rape.
And I actually became a dog walker in London for 8 months, and then I kind of took that time to process what happened to me. It was really therapeutic, you know, I was out exercising every day just on my own, a lot of time with dogs.
Image that you always have of the victim as being this weak, vulnerable person whose life is ruined for the rest of their lives. And it's, you know, it is nuanced because in some ways your life is temporarily really destroyed. But at the same time, it is possible to recover, and it is possible to, you know, rebuild, put your life back together, and maybe not have the exact same life that you had before, but have something similar to it, and to have a life that does live up to the potential that you have.
This idea that rape and sexual violence happen to young, attractive women whose lives are then ruined and then they fade into obscurity or like die. That doesn't help me a whole hell of a lot because I quite like being alive and I'm not a woman, not particularly attractive either.
Reported that over 10,000 people have been waiting for over 12 months for access to counselling to manage for support for sexual trauma, and it can feel like everyone's forgotten about you and feel very isolating.
One of the things that I think really made it difficult for me to speak about this stuff was that I didn't feel like what happened to me was worth doing the healing. I didn't feel like it counted, and I felt like speaking about it or seeking therapy about it would just be making a fuss.
It can be really easy to like not see hope for the future if something like this happens to you, and a lot of days I would wake up and think, what's the point? Like I don't want to progress. I feel like everything's been taken away from me, but I think it's important to know that you can build things up again, and sometimes you may be really further on with your recovery, but then there might be a bump in the road and a setback. It's not something that for everybody comes all at once and then you're healed and it's like magic. You know, the brain's really complex. It takes a long time to work through what's happened to you.
The key thing, I guess, is to find strategies and contexts and infrastructure that supports us in helping each other and talking to each other about these issues.
Thank you, I think, right? Thank you so much. So even though that was produced in Britain, as you can tell, I think it does a nice job of highlighting some of the issues. And also, I want to emphasize the negative consequences and possible effects, but also highlight the resiliency that so many victim survivors are capable of. And as this person says, if everyone who was a survivor had their lives ruined, our economy would collapse. It's so prevalent, it's unfortunately so common, and we are living amongst survivors all of the time. And I would just, let me go here, and then I'm going to take questions. Just a brief note about taking a trauma-informed approach, which I'm hopeful that we'll continue to talk about in the legal profession more often, more regularly. For ours, just briefly, we could spend hours talking about what a trauma-informed approach means, but it includes realizing what the problem is, what the impact of trauma might be, recognizing the signs and symptoms of trauma, understanding it to be trauma, responding more effectively to the evidence of trauma, and resisting and avoiding participating in re-traumatization. We don't want to be part of the problem when we're interacting with people who've experienced sexual violence. And I would just highlight briefly here, because I want to open it up for questions before people have to leave, the path to lawyer well-being, practical recommendations for positive change, an excellent publication that provides a variety of recommendations about addressing trauma in part and helping lawyers improve our well-being. Also has a section on doing this work in the context of law schools and starting earlier. So as we're developing future lawyers, having resources so that trauma, incidents of trauma certainly could be addressed, avoided, and re-traumatization could be avoided going forward. And I think that's a good way to start within the profession long before people are going through the bar application process. So I'm happy to open it up for questions.
Oh, Dolores.
Have you seen any impact of the Me Too movement on reporting and the whole issue of sexual assault?
Yes, I would say absolutely. I think we all have seen much more openness to talking about it, more revelations. I think that just having the media discussing it more, making it less of a taboo subject. I know from teaching, well, first of all, I've been teaching for 25 years, and in that time, I have yet to do a workshop or have a class where if someone hasn't reported to me at some point that they've experienced domestic violence and sometimes sexual assault. And so part of what happens now in teaching at the law school, for example, at Golden Gate, is that because the topic is domestic violence, we have to read every week a ton of horrific cases in detail. And with the Me Too movement, I spend much more time recognizing what that impact is going to be for people who've signed up for the class. I mean, it's in the title. You're not going to be talking about nice topics, right? But it's still incredibly disturbing. And I think the Me Too movement has opened the discussion and at the same time made us much more aware of how to be more sensitive about the topic. So I think we're all seeing more reports in workplaces as well as in settings that I'm in.
The flip side to the same question is, do you see any evidence that we're becoming more numb as a society to the issues of sexual assault?
That's an interesting question. I like data, even though it's so hard to get good research and data on this. So it's hard to say anecdotally. I would say that I spend so much my week includes domestic violence, gun violence. I do unlearning racism work. There's a lot of violence, and I am very concerned about how often we live with the kind of violence that we live with and don't acknowledge it and just kind of go towards the stress, the stress manifestations of that. relying on distancing ourselves through a variety of means, including too much chemical dependency sometimes, or just depression. Lawyers are disproportionately being diagnosed with depression and PTSD and all sorts of things in the profession. That's what the well-being study looks at as well, the report. So I do get concerned about it, that we may be numbing ourselves because it's every day, all the time, and it just becomes more routine. But I don't know another way other than to raise the issue, to continue to talk about how prevalent and significant it is, and then manage it with a trauma-informed approach, I'd say. Anyone else? Oh, looks like there's one more. Maybe.
Your presentation, very good.
Well, thank you very much.
I want to know if you make any significant distinction between the terms of victim and survivor.
So I avoid making a distinction only because I feel like people who have experienced trauma get to own that word in whatever way they want to. And so I've had so many conversations with people who've said, I'm absolutely a survivor. I don't want to be called a victim because to me, victim means that I have not persevered, that they won, that I have not been able to overcome what happened to me. And so I don't want to be called a victim. And then I've talked to victims who've had very similar experiences who say, I want to be identified as a victim. I was victimized. And there's a lot that goes with that. Victim services, greater empathy, So it's very personal. And, it's clunky in terms of the language. I'd like it to be cleaner. But I don't. I try to get a sense of what people what term they want to use in talking about victim survivor. So that's the best I could do,
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I'm interested in seeing what your recommendation would be for this body that has a duty at hand in the moral character process to review some of these cases and make assessments and judgments and admitting people to the bar. So is there any takeaways that you want us to keep in mind? It's a great presentation, lots of information. I'm very grateful for it, but I'm just looking what nuggets do you think we should use in your expertise?
Yeah. So I would encourage, if this publication is not familiar to the group and I don't know enough about the context to know, I would encourage you to take a look at that, and I'd be happy to provide it to staff. And that might be of interest because there's some good recommendations there. The ABA has been writing about this issue of how do we include consideration of mental health diagnoses in determining who becomes an attorney, and some caution around that. And some jurisdictions are pulling back on emphasizing mental health diagnoses, which may include diagnoses associated with PTSD, sexual assault, chemical dependency. And I think DOJ has made some recommendations too regarding that, some concerns about how we approach it. So I would say being cautious, making sure you're familiar with the discussions in that area. And then specifically, if we're looking at issues of chemical dependency and recovery, being more empathetic, understanding, trauma-informed about the reality of relapse. And if we, I think the most important, you're all experts in this much more than I am. I've become an attorney in Missouri first and in California second, so I certainly remember going through the moral character application process. And as I recall, one of the most important things is being honest, right? And then if you are then later found out to have not been honest about a situation, that in and of itself becomes a problem. So I think if we encourage honesty and we are realistic about how prevalent these experiences are, you're going to hear stories that may call into question diagnoses and someone's ability to practice. So becoming informed about whether or not that really does have an impact. So being much more realistic about the population so that we can continue to have a diverse set of folks who are survivors, but who may have been victimized in a variety of ways, because that's who's out there. right? And they may have increased empathy and understanding in a way that they can work better with clients. You know, I'm a proponent of getting more judges on the bench who have experiences of intimate partner violence and have navigated that course, have greater empathy for people who are coming into the courtroom and greater understanding of the significance. And in order to get to be a judge, you're going to have to become an attorney. So I feel like we need to realize that this is just part and parcel of our community. And then having a better understanding of the fact that there may be relapses. We need to provide support and services for people. We need to have hotlines and resources and access to counseling so that attorneys can be honest and real and get support around the trauma and stress that they might have brought to the profession or might show up in the course of acting as an attorney. I think that's critical. So I would like to see all of that in place, if that makes sense. I think that there are ways to look at what's been recommended. And just to go back to the earlier piece about, being encouraged in social work school to be in touch with a therapist or be in a group therapy environment or talk about feelings and trauma and stress, which was really de-emphasized in the law school environment. That was not cool, right? You weren't going to go back to law school and talk that much about your feelings. And in fact, I remember on occasion sharing an answer and saying, well, this is what my thoughts are about how this should be handled. And that was not a lawyer's answer, right? So I just think culturally we have to think about what kind of humanity we can bring to the profession. Yeah, sure.
Just a follow-up on Kareem's question. You mentioned as part of the trauma-informed approach, resist re-traumatization, knowing that we sometimes do meet with applicants in person and they do have to sometimes, not that having the trauma is the precipice, we're more concerned with many misconduct thereafter, but do you have any suggestions when dealing with these applicants how to help resist the re-traumatization?
Sure. There are some materials I could give you subsequent to this, but I would say that just questions about, for example, is there a better time of day for you? Right? Like for some people, it may be more difficult to get here in the morning. You can think about explaining more about what's going to happen so there's less of a mystery. That could be important, right? If that's permissible, right? You have your own rules and culture, so I'm doing a little guessing around what you could do, but to the extent that you can be consistent and fair for everybody who has to appear and give just reduce the stress around it and recognize. I do a lot of work around trying to improve intake questionnaires, for example. I see intake forms as, and similarly when you're doing an interview or inviting someone in, as an orientation. So you're pushing information out as much as you're gathering information, and our tendency is to be seeing ourselves as gathering information sometimes in those interview situations. So we don't always think about what we need to say. So I'm going to be asking you these questions because this part of it's confidential, this part of it isn't. Here's who it's going to be shared with. So, we have situations in courts where we're asking people's driver's license number or sometimes social security number, even if it's not allowed, right? So we need to be able to say, we're asking this because, this is how it's going to be used. Here's who's going to see it. You're going to be in this kind of environment. You might also think about having some thought and care taken in terms of gender diversity, in terms of who's on the panel in the discussion, maybe male-female teams, just because that can make a difference in terms of the disproportionate experiences that women have of violence being perpetrated by men. So just to be sensitive to, I think, those issues, creating as supportive an environment as possible.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Can I take this from a different approach? Again, this is very helpful, but occasionally we're dealing with the perpetrator. And the question is this one perpetrator figured out what they did that was wrong? We've got to make some kind of judgments, staff does now, what to do with the perpetrator. How would you suggest we might use what you've kind of given us today in dealing with the perpetrator?
I think that's a great question and very thoughtful, because that is the reality. And some of I've done some consulting work with corporations who want to address domestic violence, and some of their best employees are the perpetrators. It's not just about being kind to employees who might have been victims or survivors. Some of the most productive and effective folks in the organization who are themselves part of the problem, right? So I think that, if we think about it as a public health issue and the perpetration of violence or abuse as a public health issue, similarly, I would expect someone to be able to demonstrate that they are doing some kind of program or have gone through some kind of program that supports their recovery and changes their behavior. So, did they go through a 52-week batterers intervention program, for example? Did they go through a treatment program that helped them understand why the sexual assault or abuse was a problem? What kind of ongoing thoughts do they have about getting support and checking in with people? Do they have a recognition of the impact of their behavior? Again, I don't know all the questions that you ask. I thankfully haven't had to go through any of that, but I think treating it as taking it seriously, recognizing that someone may need to show that they get it, that they are in touch with people who could support them if they experience their own type of relapse or haven't really undertaken what they need to do to change their behavior. That's what I would be concerned about, because people can change. I mean, I'm very concerned about the idea that we care about victims of domestic violence when they're up to about 18 or so, and then when they become perpetrators, we maybe care less about them. It's sort of, they were just victims the other day. So I feel like we have to recognize that they are people who themselves need some help and support, and are they reaching out and getting that help and support? Because we don't want to have them in a situation where they're putting others at risk in the profession or in their business or personal life. So I would be asking some of the same types of questions, because there are services and there are ways to get support for someone who has been violent.
So many times we're asked for
Oh, absolutely. So, and thanks for bringing that up, because I did not highlight that. The delayed reporting is very, very common, right? So, and especially in light of the comment about the hashtag #MeToo movement, there are folks coming forward who said, I never thought about it this way, or I never told anyone till now, until I found out that I could tell anyone. Again, we're starting to ask the question. We're starting to create situations where people will report. I just went through the process of my son applying to college, and you go on college tours, and the right answer about the number of sexual assaults on campus is supposed to be closer to 0, right? You feel comforted if your kid is looking at a school where they don't have a lot of sexual assault. The reality is higher numbers that have been reported by some universities and colleges may be more realistic, and maybe you want that because maybe they have more services, and that's what some of them argue. We have more ways of reporting. So delayed reporting often happens because people haven't been asked, didn't know that it was even an assault until much later. So that's not unusual. And then there may be behaviors going back to the perpetrator, being with the perpetrator, staying in the relationship, reaching out to the perpetrator. And that's very confusing when you're, if that really happened, why would you continue to be in contact with them? I've touched on some reasons why that happens: resource concerns, not a lot of clarity about healthy relationship, believing abuse is normal, isolation, the real effects of power and control. You can be with no one else except me, so why wouldn't I go back to that person, right? So I think when we have a deeper understanding of how that power and control operates and that the abuse is effective, then we may understand why it takes longer for someone to reveal that information. And and my feeling about he said, she said is that we struggle with that. That's the nature of our work in the legal profession. I was rear-ended by a teenager who said I cut in front of her while I was sitting at a red light, right? And that was a she said, And we needed to, go through some process of identifying who is more credible, witnesses, do the best you can to gather information. We know how to do that in our justice system. So I feel like similarly, it's not limited to accusations around sexual assault and domestic violence. It just can be more complicated because it's so private and people are so isolated. So it does take some care and thought. But it is absolutely, we should not believe someone's not credible because they've delayed or they've exhibited behavior where they have ongoing contact with someone, where we would say, if it really happened, we wouldn't be in touch with them. And I've provided some examples of why someone might be, but that's worth exploring some more too. Sort of why did you continue to have contact, or understanding why someone might continue to have contact, and reflecting that back for some people, depending on your situation, what your role is in their story. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on Jim's question, because a lot of times we are going to deal with the perpetrator. And this is I think we have a culture that's very toxic when it comes to masculinity. And a lot of times people that we may see during the course of a moral character will say, well, they accused me of that, but I wasn't convicted in court. The person didn't testify, and so the case was dismissed. I want to feel comfortable thinking that this person, just because the law may have been on his side at that moment, is lying. And then we have to oftentimes make that judgment. And your feelings on how to be fair about making that assumption that this person was guilty and he or she shouldn't be an attorney.
Yeah, I don't envy your position. That's a very tough position to be in. And it does go to the crux of the matter. I think, it can be minimization, depending on what's going on. I would also say that there's a lot of complexity around sexual assault allegations in our country, in our history, and we need to be aware of that too. That we have situations in which people have been wrongly accused. That's real. Maybe not to the extent that some would argue, but it is a reality, and there are misunderstandings and false accusations, and misidentification, right? And to me, it would have a lot to do with the posture of the person. That this couldn't have happened because I wasn't convicted is not the same as saying this couldn't have happened because I didn't do it, and I'm still concerned about the perception that I may have done it, or the being misidentified, right? Putting it in some kind of context. I think I would be much more concerned about someone who simply said it didn't happen because I wasn't convicted, than I would be someone who would recognize that I didn't do it, I was confused with someone else, or I was unfairly accused of this. We know we have a very serious problem around racial disparities in accusation of perceived sexualized behavior. In schools, for example, elementary school, high school, young children of color, teens of color are unfortunately too often being accused of behavior that would not otherwise be perceived as inappropriate or violating sexual harassment regulations if they were not students of color, we believe. So we need to be aware that depending on the context and the situation, false allegations, misunderstandings, misidentification can happen. But I'd be very interested in the posture of the person and their recognition and understanding of what they're being accused of or what they were accused of, and the impact that may have had on a victim. So again, I don't envy the position, and I have a lot of respect for the work that you're doing trying to sort that out, but I think it's complicated and very fact specific too.
Okay, well, Julie, I want to thank you for tackling and making such an awesome presentation to us and to our examiners. It's great to see so many of them here. So thank you very much for a great job.
Thank you. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Now, Paul, you kind of left us hanging here, and I think B of your presentation, I want to make sure that we have sufficient time, so I'm going to defer that till after the break, but maybe you could address C, which is the goals before we break for lunch.
Okay, actually, see, the goals will take just a moment, because if you look at goal 4, it actually literally says, in its final sentence, consider a final report prepared for the California Attorney Practice Analysis. We probably need Amy here. Well, maybe Lisa, you can handle it, but I think, as we found out this morning, that's inconsistent with the plan. And they may also explain the confusion of some of us had about, to the extent we had this firmly in the front of our minds, about our role in that review. But I think at a minimum, I guess we should delete that sentence. It's not my preference. I don't want it to be read as behavior I recommend, but I think to be consistent with the plans, we do need to get rid of that sentence. Does anybody?
Well, yeah, I think we can probably modify that or push that goal off till next year, Paul, because I think that's when these goals were developed, I think that was the original timeline that the report would be delivered by the end of the year, but apparently that timeline is being modified as we speak. So, yeah.
But also, not just the timeline, though, but the fact that it would come to us for some kind of formal action is not what we heard earlier today. So that was my one comment on the goals. Does anyone else have any other comments?
Okay, so are you removing that piece, at least for now, from your?
Yeah, I'll just highlight it for, these are just, these are not regulatory documents by any means, so, but people may read them and think that's what I'm supposed to be doing when I'm on this committee, so we should get it fixed by the next time. Also, we could ask ourselves, we talked earlier about having actually, I think the grading process and to what extent we may review scores that are on the cusp, that's arguably, that is covered in Goal 6, which talks about an evaluation of the grading process, so I guess we're good there. So I've got nothing else on that. I guess we don't really even need a motion for the goals unless you want one.
Okay. Well, all right. Thank you, Paul. Now, the item 2.
That'll be pretty quick as well, I think.
Well, Dr. Bullis is going to be making a presentation. He is present, and I want to make sure we allow enough time for that presentation. So if the committee doesn't mind, I think maybe we're going to break for an early lunch. I just want to make sure we have enough time to get everything done today, and I don't want to shortcut Dr. Bullis. So if you don't mind, Doctor, we're going to hold that presentation till after lunch. And do you think we could come back at 12:15? Bring your lunch for a working remaining meeting, working lunch. Is that going to be okay? Lunch is ready, so then let's do it, and we'll see everybody back here in about 30 minutes. Okay, thank you. Kim, thank you for putting that together. Yum. Paul, did you want to say anything by way of introduction before Dr. Bullis gives his presentation?
No, I think it's fair to say at this point he probably does not need an introduction.
Yeah.
I want a formal.
Yeah. Well, then, without further ado, the next item on our agenda is the report prepared by our psychometrician, Dr. Bullis, who's present, on the impact of the modified two-day California bar examination. So, Doctor, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks again for the invite. It's been a while, so I'm assuming that there's some new members here since I spoke last. So I thought I'd give you the abbreviated version of just some of my background and what I do. A lot of you have heard this ad nauseum. I'm going to give you a brief history of the adoption of the two-day format. I thought it would be worthwhile getting into some context before we do it. I want to review what changed and what remained the same from the previous format to the two-day format. I'll briefly address the questions that we looked at in the analysis and present the findings, and I'll leave some time at the end for Q&A, but you're going to see a lot of numbers, and I've learned that over time that if people have questions and I end up losing people along the way because there's too many numbers or they don't understand them, that I end up losing them for good. So I encourage you to, along the way, if you don't understand a number, there are some statistics in here, and I'll try to give you as much of a lay explanation of what some of these methods look like as I go along. So don't hesitate to stop me. As I understood it, originally the second part of this presentation was going to be done by staff, which was going to be what was the kind of financial impact and the impact on staff resulting from going from a 3-day exam to a 2-day exam, but I understand that that's going to be done at a later time. So my group is called Research Solution Group. We're a for-profit group that offers a lot of statistical work, research design, programming, statistical and psychometric consulting services. There is a basic difference between straight statistics and psychometrics. Psychometrics basically is the subspecialization of statistics that deals with testing and measurement, hence why I'm here. I've been doing this a long time. I've been in operations since 1979, and we formalized our company in 2000. And we do work in several different settings, although I'm kind of at the tail end of my career, and at this point now I just focus primarily on large-scale, high-stakes testing programs. Now, some of you have been around for a while. My work with the committee began actually when I was in graduate school back in the late 70s. So I've seen lots and lots of changes going through, originally working with my partner, Dr. Klein, who a lot of you may have known. Dr. Klein unfortunately passed away a few months ago after a long bout with Parkinson's disease. Our offices are located in North San Diego County. Now, in terms of activities that I engage in with the State Bar and with other states, we do work in quality control. We do a lot of work deriving scale scores, going through all the technical work. We work with decision rules on assigning passing and failing and regrade status. We prepare the diagnostics for the grading teams. We do reporting. We'll consult on ad hoc issues that inevitably arise with each administration. Just got finished doing a lot of work with staff on the issues surrounding the recent early release of the content areas. We will do audits on process and procedures. And primarily, all of our work is oriented toward documenting that examinations conform to the national standards that have been produced by American Psychological Association, the American Educational Research Association, National Council of Measurement on Education. All of those standards have been placed into a compendium that's now in its 6th edition, which is the Standards on Education and Psychological Testing. And we also maintain historical databases for psychometric studies, so the analyses coming out of this report utilize those. This state map reflects the states that we either are currently working with or we have done research and consulting projects with. The ones in black are the 10 states and territories, Puerto Rico's down there, that we work on their bar exams February and July of each year. And the ones in blue are ones in which we've done projects. Most recently, I've sat in on a couple committees looking at converting to the UBE and what the implications would be in terms of going to the uniform bar examination. And as a new grandfather, I was very tempted to start sticking pictures of my 2-month-old grandchild in here, but it took every bit of self-restraint not to do that. So adoption of the 2-day format. Can people in the back of the room see this chart? I wasn't quite sure. I'll just work through it kind of quickly. This is the chronology of activities that kind of led up to the change in the examination. Back in 83, there have not been a lot of substantial changes that have been made to the examination in a while. Back in 83, as a result of a lot of experimentation that we did with the committee, the performance test was adopted and eventually adopted nationally with National Conference of Bar Examinations. In 86, we went to the process of scaling the written section to the multi-state to, again, respond to the guidelines for having fairness, ensuring that the examination results from year to year remained equivalent. And then in 1987, the decision was made to give the written section a weight of 65%. The multi-state examination, a weighting of 35%. So if we move up to 2008, 2010, around that period, and there were other activities that the boards were engaged in during before that time, but in 2008 and 10 there was a bit of a push to start to look to see could the examination be improved, and it was an excellent idea. The standards suggest that testing agencies constantly look at their examinations, see if there are content issues, and I understand your CAPA group is looking at it. Should there be changes to the formats, whatever? So the activity, I guess, that your CAPA group is looking at was looked at earlier, beginning in 2008, and one of the original requests that was made to myself and Dr. Klein was, is there or are there alternatives to our current structure? Not should we be looking at different topics, but is there a way to reduce the length of the examination and still get equivalent outcomes? So what Dr. Klein and myself did in 2011, I can't believe it's almost 9 years ago that we looked at this. We did some historical modeling, and we asked the questions, could we arrive at outcomes that would look fairly similar and have an exam that would have the same psychometric qualities, but in a reduced administrative format that was going on under the 3-day. So that report, which produced in 2011, came up with some recommendations that said, we think we can do it, we think we can shorten it, we think we could minimize changes in outcomes, and we think we could possibly reduce the length of time that the exam would be administered, thereby reducing burden not only on the staff, but reducing burden on the examinees, which was it was a key objective there. In 2013, following the production of that report, Dr. Chad Buckendahl looked at the validity of shortening the examination. And by validity, the question was, could we as effectively cover the content that we wanted to cover, but again in a shortened format, and the results of his report said that that could be done. So the committee began to hold open meetings to acquire public comment. And in 2015, the board and the Board of Trustees approved an adoption of the 2-day format. And public notice went out to collect information and concerns. It went out with the notion is that the exam, again, under guidelines of the standards, giving appropriate lead time to applicants, is that the format would change in 2017, which is basically 2 years out. So I bring some of this up just in terms of your thinking that changing large-scale examinations require a lot of work, take a lot of effort, and a lot of pre-notification. So the wheels of change move slowly, but I think at the end of this presentation, you'll see that all of that work and all that forethought was well worth it. So the first administration was done in July of 2019, and in 2018, with the administration of the first report, I did an abbreviated presentation to the group talking about what the outcomes of that first administration was, and with the recommendation that, again, you come back to this after the examination had been administered for 3 or 4 times, and unbeknownst to me, it was a little humbling experience. Your committee had already advised that we do this, and so, again, that's why I'm here today. So in terms moving to what changed and what remained the same, this quick summary. The test length went from 2.5 days to 2 days of testing. The actual testing time was basically reduced by 2.5 hours. The MBE, pretty much everything was the same, except as opposed to being administered on the second day of testing, it was administered on the first day. The weighting also changed. Where it was previously 35%, it went to 50%. And just to back up a minute, the reason why there was a recommendation to change the weighting was that reducing the length of the written section of the exam actually ends up lowering somewhat the reliability of the exam. And I'll talk a minute or two about reliability. Oh, so this is my apology. So it's Monday or Tuesday, Wednesday. Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay. Right. Okay. So what occurred on the essay, again, it was went on the first and third day, and now it's back to a single day. We've reduced the number of essay questions from 6 to 5, and the time allocated in the afternoon session is now basically 3.5 hours of testing time in the afternoon, which is inclusive of the performance tests. So there is not as demarked as it used to be, where it was an hour and a half on the performance test. And then the scale on the essay test went from 500, was on 500 points rather than 600 points. And again, the performance task, as opposed to being 2 questions, is down to a single question, and the allocation time went from 3 hours per question down to anywhere between an hour to an hour and a half, depending on how the time wants to be, the applicant decides they want to use the time. We've continued to weight the performance task as twice an essay question, and now the scale is on a 400-point question, or it's on 200 points rather than 400 points. On item 4, the total question, the total written essay is now weighted at 50%, and as opposed to having 1,000 raw points, it's to 700 points. That one particular issue isn't as critical, since we do end up scaling. We still continue to scale the written section to the MBE. The total test remains is the sum of the 2 scaled scores of the essay, the written and MBE, and the total scale score remains on 2,000-point scale, and the decision rules didn't change. Passing was still at 1440 upon initial read, and the regrade process remained the same. Is that anybody from a 1390 to a 1439.99 still goes into regrade. So fundamentally, the changes were to reduce the length, a single performance task, and only five essay questions, and changing the weight. So those were the key changes that were made. So in the process of doing the research, we addressed these questions. Said, were the scores and bar passage rates impacted by the modified format? If the examinee performance was affected, did they originate with a specific portion of the examination? We also addressed the question of whether or not the change in format had any disparate effects on subgroups. There was some contention very early on is that some groups might be disadvantaged by having a shorter written section or a written section that was not receiving the same amount of weight. We also looked to see, and this was through simulation, whether or not the modifying the weights assigned to the written and MBE had an effect. And finally, we wanted to evaluate whether or not the changes in the format impacted the psychometric quality of the examination. Again, the early work suggested that there wouldn't be any changes, but again, those were simulations, and simulations and reality often collide. So the purpose of the study was to confirm the results. So what did we do? We looked at the 4 two-day administrations, which started in July of 2017 and extended to February of 2019. And we went back for the most recent 4 examinations to pick up 2 July examinations and 2 February examinations. So the majority of our analysis to look at these issues was to look at kind of a before and after picture. We looked at the results from over 51,000 examinees. For the outcomes that we looked at written scores, the MBE total scores, and pass-fail decisions. And we looked at the demographic characteristics that we had access to out of the examinee admission records, which included gender and racial ethnic group. And we also looked at law school, and type of law school, and repeater status. And the analytic approach that we took was to kind of make simple comparisons of outcomes between the current 2-day performance and then historical 3-day results, understanding that sometimes results will change just due to the nature of the applicant sitting from one exam to the next. So there is natural variation that's going to occur. So we took that into account. And then after taking a look at some of those simple results, we applied some more advanced multivariate techniques to see if we could control for some of the differences. So if we looked at the composition of that 51,000 applicants, the question is, what changed in terms of who those applicants were in the preceding years versus the 2-day exams that started in July of 17. So what we noticed is that if you look at the last column, let's see. I don't think people in the back can see this, but the percentage of first-time test takers within the last, the first initial administrations of the exam went down by about 3.8%. So basically the composition of test takers under the 2-day format were slightly more concentrated with repeaters. And we know historically that repeaters tend to perform less well on the examination than first-time takers. We also noticed that the proportion of males as overall went down by 2%, and by definition females went up 2%. So historically, females tended to perform slightly better on the written section than males, and males tended to perform slightly better on the multi-state section of the exam. So knowing that, we have to be a little bit mindful in terms of looking at some of these pre-post results. In terms of looking at race and ethnicity, we noticed that white test takers made up about 3.5% less of the overall population of test takers than the other minority groups. And again, we know from past results that whites generally tend to perform slightly better on the exam than minorities do. And finally, in terms of looking at categories of schools, we noted that the non-California students from non-California approved ABA schools tended to decline relative to the rest of the population. So there was, bottom line is that there were changes in the population of test takers over time, so we just needed to basically account for that. So moving to the results, were outcomes impacted by moving to a 2-day format, and if so, which ones? And again, I apologize for the size of this. I wasn't quite sure what room we were going to be working in. So if we move all the way to the end, this, oh, by the way, I believe you have access to this report. It's one of the attachments, so I've just extracted some of the tables from the report, so you could possibly follow along, but I'm just going to try to give you some of the high-level highlights. So with respect to the multi-state exam, we saw basically a 9-point drop in performance from the overall 4 administrations of the 3-day exam to the to the two-day administration. We saw a 0.3 of a point drop on the essay when we looked at the average essay, because we couldn't necessarily compare 5 questions to 6. So we took the average, and a 0.1 of a point increase on the performance task. The results were slightly different between February and July. Overall, we saw a 9-point drop in total score, understanding this is on a 0 to 2,000 point scale, and we saw roughly a 2% drop in the passing rate. So I don't want to leave this chart with you asking, well, what does this really mean in terms of absolute differences, whatever. I can tell you before I get to the next slide, all of these are basically statistical dust. I'm going to show you a chart in a minute that shows you just kind of normal variation from one year to the next year over the previous 3-day administrations. So to kind of help us look at this statistical dust, we did some advanced modeling to estimate how much of that change from one period to the next period was actually due simply to the fact that we changed the exam format. And so what we did was we modeled the outcome by using these methods, understanding that any one particular factor can account for none of the change, or it account for all of the change, anywhere from 0 to 100%. So the analysis that we conducted on that previous chart showed that the changes that were due to the format alone was 0.1% of the variability. And the results were the same for all outcomes, whether or not we were looking at the essays, the performance tasks, the MBEs, the total score, the passage rate, and the results were basically the same for the February and July administrations.
I'm sorry, so is that 0.1% of the 2 percentage point difference?
Yes, basically that's what it comes down to. In terms of trying to account for that, it's 0.1% of 1%. And to put this into some context, when we conducted this study a few years ago looking at the relationships between law school performance and performance on the bar exam, we established that law school GPA accounts for about 44% of the differences in exam performance. So it gives you kind of a rough reference point for understanding what that 0.1% of variation really was. This chart, the first column in kind of the rose color, shows what was the average change from one year to the next during the administrations under the three-day format. I went back 13 years. This happens to be just for July. The average change was basically 11 points, and you can see relative to that first chart, the change on the MBE was only 5 points. So it's clearly well within the range. That second number, SD, is a kind of is a metric for the average change. So we can see that it clearly falls within the range. On the essay, the average change was about 0.9 of a point on an essay out of a essay score of 0 to 100. It was basically 0.4 of a point from the 3-day to the 2-day. On the performance task, average change was about 0.6 of a point, and it was 0.1 of a point. And on any given exam, and if you go back to the bar's records, you'll see on average the scores could change by up to 11 points on average. The change from 3-day to 2-day was 5 points. Historically, the percentage of passing could change on average by 0.3 or 3%, and only change basically a percent to on the July exams. So that gives you some frame of reference that I saw no change in the outcomes. I add this graph here. I think I've showed this to this group before, but I extended it to 2018. The solid line represents the July exams, and the dashed line represents the U.S. performance, and this is on the multi-state exam. And what we can see from this graph is that California and the U.S. historically have tracked almost identically. The correlation between California's performance and the national performance has been almost a perfect correlation over time. If we look at the end of that graph, where we're now talking about where the administration of the two-day exam started, we see for the most part that relationship hasn't been adjusted at all. So we've got a little bit of external validation for the results, suggesting that we didn't see any changes. So, moving on now, the next question was, well, maybe it's possible that there were no overall effects, but were the contentions that possibly it might have affected one subgroup differently than another group? We took a look at that, and the statistical issue that we addressed was, did the gap in performance, now understand it's the gap of performance. We're not asking did males perform better than females, or did Anglos perform better than Hispanics on here. We're asking whether or not the gap in performances between the groups, did they get wider or narrower as we changed formats, as we went from a 3-day to a 2-day format. And so what we did was we went back to the same modeling approach, and what we did was we compared the outcomes of a model that just says, well, how well does knowing just the subgroup and the format exam explain what the variation is? And then we added in another model which looked at what we call the interaction between the subgroups and the formats. The notion here being is that if we found significance in this interaction term, then we might conclude that there was a differential effect. So that's that was the modeling philosophy that went into it. Again, we looked at our five outcomes that we looked at before, and we examined race and ethnicity, gender, type of law school attended, and repeater status. So I'm just going to show you here one of the charts that we first looked at, which was racial ethnic outcomes. Basically, over the time period, Asians' MBE scores dropped 8 points. Hispanics' MBE score dropped 3 points. Blacks' MBE score dropped 9 points, and whites' MBE scores dropped 7 points. And the same patterns tended to hold up on with the balance of the outcomes, and we saw that we saw a slight increase on looking at pass rates. The Asians dropped 3%, Hispanics dropped 1%, blacks went up 1%, and whites went down 1%. So one way to kind of look at this is just to make a comparison between the gap between the Anglo's performance over those 2 periods, and the gap between these minority groups and the Anglo's performance. And so back looking at the red bars, the Asian, the difference between Anglos and Asians was 13%, and under the two-day format, it was 14%. So basically, a percent, 1%. For blacks in the blue bars, it was 2%, and it was exactly the same in the Hispanics. So we didn't see any growth or declination in the differences in the performances between Anglos and any of the minority groups on the looking at the passing rates. So I can basically summarize what we saw in these 3 points. We saw the conversion to a two-day format didn't have any statistically significant impact on the outcomes for any of the subgroups that were analyzed. None of the subgroup by format interactions. You saw earlier that the format alone only accounted for less than a percentage. It was 1/10%. When we looked at the interaction, it's even lower. It was like a 1/100%. So again, all statistical dust. We did run one other model which combined all of the different subgroups that we had, and we put it into a big model. Thought, well, maybe all these multi-way interactions, something was going on underneath the surface. And when we looked at everything together, it still only accounted for 0.03%. So again, we concluded from that there was no impact. Next, we moved to the modification of the weights, and this was a little dicier in terms of our analysis because, first of all, we implemented the exam with modified weighting. The reason why we went to 50-50 was to maintain the reliability of the exam. But it was inevitable that the question was going to come up, well, if you change the weights, you know, what would have happened to the passing rates? So we did go in and we modeled the scores to say, let's reassign the weights and use the old weighting scheme and use the 65% and 35% to the exam. So that first column is, you know, what actually happened on the two-day exam. So we see this is just looking at the passing rates. We saw on average across the two exams, basically 44% passed the examination. If during our simulation, by reweighting the examination, we recalculated the scores and applied the same decision rules, basically 43% would have passed. And this is also qualified by the fact that we looked at this before reappraisal happened, because it was possible that people under this 65-35% who might have gone into reappraisal, we had no information on them because they didn't go into reappraisal. So we wanted to make an apples-to-apples comparison. So this basically 0.8% difference would have gotten even smaller, because my guess is that a lot of those people in that 65-35 would have eventually passed in reappraisal. And if we look at the February results, basically there was no change whatsoever. And then combined at the bottom line in the extreme right side, we see that basically a 0.5% change. So again, well within the areas of what statistical variation would be. Now, a related question not answered with that chart was, well, it always happens that, you know, your rates may not change, but what happened to individual people? How many people actually would have flip-flopped? If you had kept the 65-35 weighting or 50% weighting, clearly some people would have gone from a pass to a fail and a fail to pass. And I thought it was worthwhile taking a look at that and asking how many of those people would have affected. And so what we did was we used the results from that same analysis and looked at those to see who flip-flopped. and we found that about anywhere from 3 to 4% flip-flopped, again, before reappraisal, so it probably would have been a lot closer. And basically in all these analyses, when we do look at this, it was evenly distributed. About 1% to 2% would have gone from a fail to a pass, and about 1 to 2% would have gone to a pass to fail. We then took a deeper look to see, well, of those percent that flip-flopped, did any one particular ethnic group get impacted? Did blacks end up being impacted more than whites did? And the answer to that was also no. The only thing that we did identify was that students from the ABA-approved schools, their status changed at a slightly higher rate, slightly more of them passed. Again, it's only a percent, and I attributed that to the fact that overall students from ABA-approved schools tend to have higher scores, so they were pushed into that regrade range. But I think the takeaway message is that there really was not an effect due to the weighting. And in the report, the report actually goes through and reports on each separately on each of the racial, ethnic, or each of the various demographic groups. So the final question to be asked was there a change in the exam's reliability? Now understand that reliability is an indicator, it's a psychometric indicator, indicator of the quality of the test. And in high stakes tests, we're always looking for reliabilities that exceed about a 0.85. Can range anywhere from 0 to 1. And the nature of high stakes tests, we want to minimize the amount of unreliability in the test. So it's pretty well accepted at a 0.85 and above is what we're looking for. So when we look at this chart shows, the first column there shows, well, what was the correlation that we saw between the written section and the MBE section? And we see in July it's 0.72, and February, and this was all before the change, was 0.61. And the overall reliability of the examination in July on average is 0.91. Again, we've met standards for reliability for years, and then in February it's 0.87. And it's always the case, by the way, that February's reliability is slightly lower than July because it tends to be a little bit more of a homogeneous population because we tend to have more repeaters in the exam. Another thing to note in this table is that if you look at the reliability of the MBE sections, the average for July was 93, and the written section is 82. And in February, it's 91 versus 77. Now, a fact to keep in the back of your mind is that the written section, just by its construction, is always less reliable than the multi-choice examination for a bunch of reasons. One, the questions have some inherent error in them. There's greater differences over years. And so it's an expected result. And based on the simulation models, that's why we opted to change the weighting to kind of control for that by making it even slightly less reliable. But I don't want you to take away the message that we have an unreliable written section. We have a very good written section on it. I work with a lot of other states, and they would drool to have a reliability this high with a lot more questions. So a lot of your hard work is shown in these coefficients. So what happened with the 2-day examinations? Well, one thing is the bottom got cut off. we noticed that the let's just look at the last column. We look at the July average overall reliability is 0.92. So the reliability actually increased with the two-day format. I'm sorry for having this cut off at the bottom, but February was 0.89. So basically what we were seeing is with the advent of the two-day format, we were seeing the increase. So if I actually averaged all of the three-day administrations, and if we looked at the total exam reliability with February and July, we were at 0.89. And again, my apologies for having this cut off. Didn't cut off on my computer. The reliability in February was also about 0.89. So bottom line on this was that the reliability of the exam not only didn't go down, it actually went up slightly. Now again, reliability is only one indicator of an examination's quality, but it's the one that we, in general, everyone, including all psychometricians, will tend to go to first in terms of improvements. So in terms of conclusions, neither scores nor bar passage rates were systematically impacted by going to the two-day format. The changes to a two-day format didn't have any statistically significant disparate effects on subgroups. Our simulation showed that the relative weights assigned to each of the test sessions did little to impact the overall passage rates. They potentially impacted only less than 4% of examinees. And again, this is in a simulation model, so and before regrade. Didn't have any statistically significant disparate effects on any subgroups. And finally, the quality of the examination wasn't compromised psychometrically.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bolus. Anyone have any comments or questions for our psychometrician? All right. Was there any public comment? Oh, yes, sir.
Come to the microphone.
Oh, microphone. Come closer to the microphone, sir.
Applicants. I was wondering if you could explain, for example, the February 2018 27.3% pass rate, how that figures in your model, how you're able to eliminate basically any relationship or causation of that by the shift to the two-day examination.
I don't quite understand your question. I'm sorry.
So it's okay if the bar passage rates were not impacted by the change to the two-day bar examination, how would you exclude or did you exclude the possibility that the change to the two-day bar examination did not cause the passage rate to go as low as 27.3% in February 2018?
The models that we ran utilized the multi-state examination, and the multi-state examination, as you know, is equated to past examinations. So the potential drop in the February passage rate was attributed. That's again why I, let's see if I can put up, it's going to take a while. That's why I put up the graphic that showed that the performance on the multi-state examination during the February exam, the 2018 exam, was basically what was expected given the national results. So using that as a jumping off point, the overall performance on the examination was driven not by necessarily the change in format, but more so by the performance on the multi-state exam, which basically was not changed at all.
In that model, the essays, they were not included. Is that correct?
No, they were included in the final models. They were included in the final models. That's why I looked at each outcome separately. I looked at the essay questions. We determined that the essay performance, the amount of variation it was accounted for, because you have to understand that in any examination, there's always going to be year-over-year changes. You would agree with that, correct?
Well, I do, but the change to 27.3%, I'm just trying to figure out how that is not, or basically it's, you've concluded that that's not statistically significant, and it's just not.
Because if we look at, let me try to get you to back to. Here we go. Over the preceding 13 examinations on the 3-day exams, the year-over-year variation on passage rates was basically average 3%, and it was actually larger than that on some examinations. And so that's considering that all of those examinations were administered in the absence of a 2-day format. We would expect, just on chance alone, that there's going to be upwards to 3% change from one exam to the next exam. So what we were looking at here was whether or not the change from the 3-day to the 2-day was within this range or outside of this range, and it fell directly within the range. So our conclusion is that the change due to format was no more than we would have expected from the variation that we had seen in the past.
Okay, any other questions or comments for Dr. Bolus? Okay, was there any additional public comment? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, the Q&A session is over. So if you have any other public comments, you're welcome to make them at this time. You've got to use your microphone, sir.
I'm an attorney here. I represent a number of attorney applicants. Many of them, they suffer pretty tremendously, both emotionally and financially, as a result of having to retake the bar examination several times, including the costs. So I want to touch on this particular report and add some suggestions I think is material information that should be included with respect to the change. And so what I think that a distinction that needs to be made here is in terms of what was the impact and the purpose of it, is whether or not this change was beneficial to the state bar, as opposed to whether or not it was beneficial to both the exam takers and the state bar. Now, if you look at as I'm sure you remember, some of the materials from your meetings when this transition was occurring, one of the primary considerations in making the shift, which I think is also reflected here, is the cost and reducing the cost. Correct me if I'm wrong. And it's my understanding that that has been achieved or will be achieved in the shift to the 2-day examination. It should also be noted then that none of those savings have been passed along directly to the examinees, especially those who have to take it multiple times at very significant expense. So that's a proposed change that I would suggest for this report in terms of studying what are the changes to the two-day examination outside of the results. One of the suggestions I want to go back to item number 3A, the State Bar's report to the Supreme Court, if I may, Chair. I'm sorry, if I may return to item 3A. I know that you passed it earlier, the State Bar's report to the Supreme Court on the administration of the examination. And so I noticed that in that report, there's no mention whatsoever of the premature release of the bar exam topics. This is something that I think the report, it's not just something the Supreme Court is going to go back and look at for reference. It's also something that the public and the legislature is likely to use for reference as to this administration of the bar exam. I think that is pretty material information for all of those governing bodies and for the public to consider. I think that it's also very necessary for our Supreme Court to look at how the examination is impacting the State Bar itself. So the fact that the State Bar has, for the past couple years and potentially in the years to come, been generating over $20 million in revenue from the attorney applicants every year from this examination is something that our Supreme Court, our legislature, and the public should be considering along with all of the other factors. So that's another suggestion that I'm making for inclusion in that report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other public comment this afternoon? All right, then let's move on to our next, hold on here. Oh, a motion on approving the examination goals.
No. On
I
Dr. Bolas's
would move
report.
to accept Dr. Bolas's report and authorize publication.
Okay, thank you. Any second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? All right, then the report is approved. Thank you very much. Let's go to, okay, gosh, I cried my eyes out when I had to step down from chairing this subcommittee because it is so awesome to work with Tammy, but I know I left it in even more capable hands with Alex Chan, the new subcommittee chair. So, Tammy, do you want to go over 0300? You and Alex?
Good afternoon, everyone. So agenda item 0300 is the agenda item that goes over the new procedures and process that is in place with regards to the changes to the Chapter 6 guidelines, and specifically with Rules 4.71 through Rule 4.74. This did a modification that transferred over the decision-making on Chapter 6 notices that are issued at the examinations to the staff, as well as the administrative hearings that would come from the initial determinations, and still provides the CBE with the appeal process that once the applicants have received their findings and recommendations from the administrative hearings, that it could then be requested that it be sent to an appeal with the Committee of Bar Examiners. In this agenda, we have included procedures that go over the policies and procedures regarding staff review, determination and administrative review of Chapter 6 conduct violations, as well as the procedures regarding requests for review by the Committee of Bar Examiners of State Bar's Chapter 6 finding and recommendations. We would like to point out that this is very similar to the guidelines that were put together for conducting administrative reviews of adverse determinations of moral character by the Committee of Bar Examiners as well. The little bit of difference that you'll find between those two different procedures and guidelines would be, one is with the Chapter 6 notices and rules, there are specific violations that are undisputable, such as being found in possession of a cell phone during an examination within the secure exam area. Those are areas that there is no, they are not entitled to an administrative review, and that sanction is a 0, and that would be the standing determination. The other item that is different from the moral character process is that we have fewer levels of review associated with the Chapter 6 violations. So once the staff makes a determination, if it's asked for a hearing, then there would be a hearing. And at that point, if they ask for an appeal with the CBE, then at that point, if the CBE had the same finding that the staff did, at that point, the only next step that they would have would be to go to the Supreme Court, as to where moral character has a few more levels, I think, built in with State Bar Court, and a little different pathway for that. With the Chapter 6 administrative hearing procedures, they're very similar to everything that we did, even when the hearings were being conducted by the CBE themselves. The procedures on Chapter 6 administrative hearings were included with this agenda so that you would be able to review them. They're the exact same procedures. It's just been changed a little bit to acknowledge that it's being handled by the staff at this point, up through the hearing process. And our goal mainly was to make these proposed procedures and guidelines, to be uniform and consistent, so that you guys would know that staff will be conducting these hearings in the same manner that they were really done before. It's just now that the staff will be handling it instead. And so at this point, we wanted to make sure we could discuss the development of procedures or guidelines with the CBE. And at the same time, we are going to bring to the CBE at a future meeting at the end of January, we're going to bring a matrix that shows how we're going to be handling specific violations based on how we've handled them in the past, historically, so that we have something to show you guys that we have a guidance there on how we're going to do these things.
Question?
Yes, go ahead.
So those violations for which there is an established penalty. You mentioned cell phones. What are some other examples of those kind of violations?
So the main one is an electronic device, cell phone, watch, clock, anything digital. There's also the one that we're going to be looking at right now also is anybody bringing in any kind of notes or study aids with them that they're not allowed in the room, they shouldn't be in the room, and that's another area that's going to be that's not something that we can dispute.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. It's going to come forward later.
That are non-disputed have to do with grading and uploading of exam answers. So there's a 10-point penalty for if you do it within 1 week or something like that, and then after 2 weeks, it's a 0 automatically. Those are the other two undisputed violations.
Okay, so I think that's will generally be the case that there can be no reasonable dispute. I don't think that's always going to be the case. So while it won't be appealable to an internal panel of staff, a committee, would those sanctions still be appealable to this full committee?
Under those areas, they would not.
Okay, and I have a problem with that because we're basically giving the power to a proctor, and we know that some of our proctors are better than others, to tank somebody's bar exam when they may have made an honest or dishonest mistake as to a so-called fact. I just think there needs to be an opportunity for a second level of review of that beyond Amy's level.
So the two violation types. So there's one that is either bringing in a cell phone or or notes. We usually that for that incident report, we get more than one observation for that. So it's not reliant on one, for the most part, one proctor. We try to get as many people to observe. For example, if you look at one of the last incidents. We had observations from multiple proctors, and that's been our practice. The other thing is, in terms of the late uploads, that's not proctor-driven. That's a decision based on ExamSoft gives us that report. So it's not, it's mechanically, it's automatic. We don't get an uploaded file.
I was going to say also, Paul, that it would not be based just on the proctor, because basically the next level up is that there's a three-member, it'd basically be me, Tammy, and Amy. Well, me and Tammy first to review the incident reports and determine. So if we didn't think the proctor was correct in their determination, then our determination would be that we would not uphold the Chapter 6, and that would be a recommendation we would make to Amy, and then Amy would be the ultimate one to make the decision that would be at staff level, and then that would be communicated to the applicant, and the applicant could request a review, and the review being initial hearing would be conducted by staff.
Okay, but if it's a cell phone violation or whatever, there is no additional review.
I'd like to just mention one thing is I know that you're concerned about the proctors in how they perceive something at the bar exam. However, the proctors see something, they have to notify State Bar staff that are working at that site. State Bar staff are the only ones who are allowed to issue the Chapter 6. Actual proctors that have been hired to proctor the exam are not allowed to issue a Chapter 6. This is something that is done by our staff, and they're the ones that actually deliver it to the applicants. The proctors are eliminated from that process. So if our staff were to be given information, they would assess it, analyze it, look at everything as a whole, and they would make a decision. Does it really justify a Chapter 6, or does it not, based on maybe an experience with a proctor or something to that effect? So it's not at a proctor level this is done. This is at State Bar staff level, which a majority of our staff have been here administering these exams for years, and so they're very well versed in everything that goes on in exams.
Well, and I mean no disrespect for staff, but people can make mistakes. Groups of people can make mistakes. I don't know if that's more frequent or less frequent. And one of the purposes I understand to be of a body such as this is to be a relatively efficient place to resolve mistakes. I would hate for somebody to have to go to court just to fix something because we didn't have an internal appeal process for it. But okay, I've made my point on that. A corollary point, though, is you've made it clear in the rules regarding the staff committee appeal that those cell phone type violations are not appealable. You have not made that clear in the rules about appeals to the Committee of Bar Examiners, and if you intend the rule to be that those cannot be appealed to us as well, I think you need to be more explicit in the rule to that effect. And my final comment is you're setting the time to trigger an appeal. The exact language is within 20 days after receipt of the written notice of determination by mail. I wonder if that's not a little vague. If you mean receipt, I don't know if you're sending these all by certified mail return receipt. If you're not, then exactly when that period is going to start, I think, is somewhat iffy with the definition that we have, and maybe we should say within 25 days of the bar having mailed it, for instance, or something else, to be clear about, because otherwise you're going to get into disputes about somebody being a day late, and it's just not worth it.
We do have a rule, I forget which one it is, but we do have a rule that references that says when we say within receipt of the letter, we give them, I think it's 5 business days or something like that.
I was mainly referencing the civil code, the Code of Civil Procedure. But so, Paul, that language mirrors what was pre-existing in the rules, and I agree with you that it probably should be tightened up. I mean, at this point, we've had a few requests for hearings, and applicants have also been, in addition to being mailed the notices, they were also emailed the notices. So you know, in those cases, we're also giving them just a little bit of a timeline, but I think it's probably would be a good thing to put in the rule, something like, you know, like mirroring the Code of Civil Procedure that says that, you know, if it's mailed within the state of California, it's presumed that they would have received it within 5 days of the date of the mailing.
Okay. And are we being asked to approve these today or simply being informed of something that's been already approved? I think that's the latter, but.
I think the motion, the staff has provided us with a recommendation, and so it's up to us for us to move and adopt the staff's recommendation at this point. But I do want to add something very quickly to what Tammy said. I think there are offenses that are strict liability, meaning there are no reasons to justify those offenses. And for that reason, for example, if you're caught with a digital watch, there is no excuse that could possibly justify you bring a digital watch into the exam area. And for that reason, when you have proctors catching a specific applicant with digital watch, those are strict liability offenses. So anyway, but I do have a question for Tammy. Are you aware of any reasons or justifiable excuses that could possibly excuse an applicant from an offense of this type?
Not off the top of my head. I could come back to you after I thought a little bit more about it, but I mean.
Assuming there have been appeals of this type before.
And are you specifically referring just to like a cell phone electronic device, something that's not appealable, or?
Not anything that's not reviewable by the full committee.
For a cell phone or an electronic device?
For example.
Yeah, I can't think of any reason. I don't know what reason an applicant has to have a cell phone in the exam room. I really don't. I mean, what is it that you need the cell phone to get? Could they say they want to get their social security number, which has happened before? Yeah, but now we don't require them to put their social security number. So that kind of eliminated that process, right? I don't know what else they would need a cell phone or any kind of electronic item in the room. We allow them to bring a clock in the room, but it just has to be an analog clock. So we're not saying they can't have a clock. And if they've got a computer, they'll have a clock. But I don't personally see why they would have any justifiable reason that would require them to be able to appeal that.
So I don't know if that sort of addresses Paul's questions. I understand his concern. You know, there could be potential circumstances in which an applicant maybe inadvertently or mistakenly brought one of those devices into the exam area for whatever reasons it could be. But I think his concern is more about, well, if there are excuses or circumstances of this type, could that be reviewable by the full committee?
Right. And, you know, we provide them a lot of opportunity, too. We tell them in the announcements they're not allowed to have these items. There's a designated box at the front and the back of the room for you to put the item in. You can retrieve it at the end. Staff have it, you know, within close proximity. So we give them plenty of opportunities to not bring these electronic devices in with them as well. So...
if I may add, Alex, in the past, as I believe the process has been that when it came to things like cell phone violations, things that we had termed zero tolerance, we would bring those to the committee along with the other violations, but with regard to those kinds of zero tolerance violations, the committee would simply affirm those Chapter 6 notices. And Amy and I are not aware of any instances in which those zero tolerance issues were questioned by the committee.
I do recall a recent case, I think, where somebody it was in a reasonable accommodation individual, and they had a phone in their backpack that they were told to put in the closet of the hotel room, and it went off, and we were somewhat lenient about that. Yes. We said, we're not going to ding you this time, but you're warned for the next time. So again, I'm more worried about the assumption that the facts are always absolutely clear here and there's no possibility of getting them wrong. I think the penalty is pretty clear, but there may be cases where the staff's assumptions that the facts are absolute is properly called into question, and we will never hear about those.
Okay, any other comments? Is there a motion to adopt the staff recommendations from O&M.
And for those who is not already reading the O300, the recommendation is to adopt the policies and procedures regarding staff review, determination, and admin review of Chapter 6 conduct violations, and the procedures regarding requests for review by the community bar examiners of State Bar's Chapter 6 findings and recommendations. So there are two set of policies and procedures that need to be approved.
I'll make the motion.
All right, any second?
Second.
Who seconded?
Alex.
Oh, Alex.
Alex
okay.
Lawrence.
All right.
Further discussion?
All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Abstain? No. Okay, then it is the recommendations are adopted. And the
Chair, if I may add, so we will take a look at the rules regarding the receipt issue.
Yes.
And to the extent that we need to change the rules, we'll obviously bring the rules to you and then bring these guidelines back for readoption to reflect any of those changes.
And then also the
In the rules, yes. Also, I think when we talk about violations, because I think that's the next part is the violations and corresponding sanctions, we could revisit that issue because I think the issue that you've raised about the telephone in a testing accommodation site, I think the reason that was treated a little different was because it was not on the person, it was in the room, and I think greater clarity will address that. We could do that at the same time.
So the goals are very straightforward and self-explanatory. One thing I do want to ask Tammy, since we talked about the psychometric impact of the modified two-day exam, are we going to have that again on the agenda in March of 2020?
So we gave March, but the next committee meeting would be April, actually.
Yeah.
So more than likely it would be April. I know it's in the process right now.
Okay.
So unless there's something I'm not aware of, I wouldn't see that we wouldn't be able to present this no later than probably April, unless Amy has any other. Nope. You agree?
Okay. Sounds good. I don't think we need a motion to approve these goals. I think these goals are identical to the ones that we approved in the last meeting. And so unless anyone has additional questions, concerns, I would say we can go ahead and move on.
I'm told that to have everything clear, we should have a motion to approve those goals.
Okay, that's fine.
would
Then I
anyone-
need someone to move to, any second?
I'll second.
Further discussion? No additional questions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstention? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Okay, and moving on to the team that runs the show in Ed Standards, Natalie and Alex. Please go forward.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. This is the subcommittee on education standards, and we're going to be talking about a number of items. Can everyone hear me? I've got the microphone on, so yeah. That myself, Jim Fox, and Kareem are going to be providing some information about. We have talked about some of this information in the past, so while some of it should be familiar. We're going to review that, as well as going to be some updated information that, especially Kareem's involvement with CS Bars to talk about, and he had mentioned this earlier today as well. But the Committee of Bar Examiners has a great opportunity, has been given a great opportunity and directive from the Board of Trustees to undertake the first major rules revisions of the accredited rules and guidelines. This is more an amendment, rather it's a modernization and major revision of the rules. The CS Bars has been working hard to prepare a recommendation, and feedback from the committee along the way is crucial to effectuate the committee's policies. CS Bars has laid the groundwork and is drafting, is about to begin. So the committee's vigilant feedback and active engagement in this process is important for the proposed direction that will be shared today. While the work focuses on the accredited rules and guidelines, it can be used to guide the improvement in the unaccredited rules as well. If you have any feedback after today or after the close of the meeting, please forward that to the staff, who will coordinate the information and make sure that it's shared in compliance with the applicable rules. So, as a reminder, again, the project began with a motion from the Board of Trustees in January of 2019. We'll talk about that motion, the progress to date, and the work that still needs to be done. So talking about the Board of Trustees adopted a new approach to the accreditation, incorporating best practices in accreditation, recognizing the advancing role of technology in education, and recognizing the value of regional accreditation or national accreditation other than ABA accreditation for schools who choose it. It's also hoped that the State Bar can reduce any type of duplication, including the duplication of effort for the agency and the regionally accredited school. The State Bar will continue to prioritize both public protection and access and inclusion in the profession through these opportunities. And the rules will be updated to build in incentives for schools to pursue continuous improvement and to modernize the rules to reflect the current technology and best practices in accreditation. These changes include the path to accreditation for online schools implemented in May through July 2019, and for which the committee will see applications starting in January. So revision of State Bar accreditation rules, why now? Again, just kind of reiterating what I said earlier, the rules were written in an age of sort of pre-internet. The educational process and its use of technology are changing greatly each day. The legal profession itself is changing as well. So the State Bar wants to be sure it is incenting and measuring the most important things. And what is meant by updating and improving the rules? Well, online programs are coming. Like I mentioned, online accreditation rules were released in July, and applications are coming in and will be presented to the Committee of Bar Examiners in January. From the best practices standpoint, best practices have been uncovered while researching other accreditors, and including a framework that you will see later in today's presentation that ties the rules to the goals to be achieved. Technology was a lesser factor when the rules were written, and it definitely has to be taken into account. And the committee has identified key issues to be addressed, which will be discussed in detail in a moment. Staff polled a wide range of stakeholders within the State Bar, and staff reviewed the committee's comments from the past and requests from last year in particular, and collected feedback from CS Bars and the law school community at large. So now, as I mentioned before, Kareem's been involved with the CS Bars, and I'd like for him to talk about that.
All right, thank you so much, Alex. Hello, everyone. Once again, my name is Kareem Gongora. I'm a public member and I am one of your representatives on CS Bars. For those of you that don't know, because it's taken me a couple meetings to understand, CS Bars stands for the Committee of State Bar Accredited and Registered Schools, and it's acronymed, of course, CS Bars. And as Alex noted, it was created through a series of changes, and it's kind of a new approach that we're looking at to create more fluid communication with the California Accredited Law Schools and Registered Schools. It is constructed in a way to give insight, and with this composition, you do now have an accreditation expert, which is Greg Murphy, who I mentioned earlier was just appointed to the committee. And then you have myself as a member of the CBE, and then you have representatives of both Cal and registered schools. And as noted, they were selected by our wonderful chair and vice chair. So as an advisory body, they do proceed to the direction, at the direction of the CBE. So next slide. Thank you. And so our listed here is the work that CS Bars has undertaken. We began in April, and I could tell you as an observer, spectator, and a person that's been assigned multiple homework assignments, it is very intensive. It's a lot of conversation, a lot of dialogue, but we're making great progress. One of our tasks were reviewing the missions of 7 institutional accreditors like WASC and 7 programmatic accreditors like the ABA. So with that balance of research and guidance, it helped us kind of find a deliberative process to where we were informed with a more worldly global view of what accreditation looks like nationwide. So as per a lot of discussion, we finally have created a draft foundation that we reviewed and are using in our initial phases to kind of guide us. And so we'll continue that process throughout March. Next slide, please. Oh, wait.
So there's a number of sort of just background slides in here. We're not going to necessarily dive into a lot of detail. You know, you see the history about the State Bar and ABA jurisdiction, the values guiding accreditation, the purpose for accreditation, and by all means, if anybody has any questions or comments, don't hesitate to stop us. I think a lot of our discussion is going to be more towards the latter part of this presentation. State Bar mission, as stated earlier, protect the public and the primary functions as listed. The ABA mission, approval of the law schools. And then here we start talking about just sort of a draft sample of moral character, determination, values. Again, really not a lot to sort of discuss, given this was more in draft form.
Yes. Can I just add one thing? So the reason that moral character is up there and we're talking about accreditation is because we're following the model that moral character has developed in their process. As you may recall, when we've talked about the Moral Character Working Group, they've been tasked with revisiting and re-examining the moral character process in an effort to address issues and concerns that have been raised by this working group. That is, defining what the purpose of moral character determination, the process is, its public protection. We want to have uniformity, consistency, transparency, diversity, and so on. And so we borrowed from that process as part of CS Bars, looking at first determining what the values are, the values in accreditation. What is it that the goal of both the law schools and what we would like to achieve as in an accreditation process. And then building off of that, what a rule might look like around some of these values. So I just want to put that up there because it seemed kind of weird that we're talking about moral character. Excuse me.
Thanks, Amy. The institutional accreditors that accredit the school's overall educational system. You see, for example, WASC noted there. The programmatic accreditors who address the content of the specific programs. And then, again, here's a working the definition of the mission for accreditation. I'm going to turn it over to Kareem again.
So this was through a very long deliberative process where we had open dialogue about things that were important to the State Bar, relative to the State Bar's mission, and then also within the perspective of the deans. Because CS Bars is kind of an ongoing dialogue that we're having to increase our communication. So we brought this to you guys in October. We're bringing it back just for you to view again and kind of to let you know that CS Bars affirmed it, and there was comment taken in the meantime, but for the most part, this is our working definition that we have. And there were discussions about how we move forward because there was dialogue regarding public good versus public protection, and then the viewpoint of innovation within this scope. So I don't know if anybody has any comments or anything or any perspective as to how they feel about that. I did see a hand raised, so Paul.
Yeah, and I don't even know where I sit on this one. But what does public protection mean in this context? Is it protecting the consumer, the law student, from an inferior education that's going to cost them a lot of money and not get them anywhere? Or is it making sure that the lawyers who ultimately make it through to practice law are practicing in a way that's not going to harm the public? Or is it both? Some people feel buyer beware. And it's enough that if we've provided potential students with statistics about the likelihood of their passing the bar, that's fine. But I suppose some others might want to say, well, we still want to protect them from wasting their money. So I just throw that issue out as a question that might be worth some discussion.
And we appreciate that. Those discussions were handled extensively in CS Bars because you do have deans that see it from that view, and then we just had these insightful discussions. So just to kind of answer your question, public good was suggested rather than public protection to ensure both the students and the public are considered. And so the frame of mind was like students need an education and the public needs access to the profession. So that's kind of more or less the thread that we took on. So I don't know if that answers your question directly, but I do understand you did provide some commentary. So maybe Natalie wants to chime in.
No,
sure. Yeah, and I think that part of what you'll see is a little bit of a balance in there. So in part, you will see increased disclosures so that if you're going from the mode of buyer beware, they can have a better sense of what they're being aware of. And in particular, we're talking about matching the resources that are needed for the students that are admitted, which is a little bit different way than it's been looked at before. There's been a clear sense that these are opportunity schools that have a more flexible admissions process, but now there's also a sense that there's a responsibility to match the resources to those admitted.
All right, is there any other comments? Did anybody have any questions or any kind of thoughts that are brewing? Or are you just kind of receiving it? They're still processing. If you were like me when we had the psychometrician presenting, I was inundated with numbers. So I'm inundating you with text right now. But, all right. So is there...
Oh, wait. There's a question. Doctor.
Doctor. Yes.
So was there a discussion about raising the expectation of the pass rate for these schools? I had a brief communication with Larry about how that number of 30%, I believe, over 5 years was generated, and why it was, in my opinion, when I saw that number, kind of low. Is there any discussion to kind of raise that up a bit?
Definitely. I could tell you that even in my experience and even the conversations we've had, they've had a lot of discussions about licensure and the preparation of the career of their choice. And so these are opportunity schools that might give them another avenue that requires a JD. But the discussion is also in regard to the bar passage rate is always on the forefront of their mind for the simple fact that they want their students to succeed, but they also want to be at a position to where they're flexible and provide affordability and access in itself. I can tell you it's an ongoing discussion, of course, because they care just as much as we care about boosting their percentages. But it's always something that we're trying to figure out, like what frame of mind do we go into that gives us enough generality that we could, apply some guidelines and some rules that will put us in a position to provide that. I don't know if Natalie wants to add anything additional to that.
Sure. So Anjali, at this point, the NPR is definitely considered something that's central and a bedrock item. though it's been in discussion since 2013, because of the privacy rules, it really was suspended until 2017. So it's a relatively new measure, and the schools are adjusting. Everything is open to discussion. It is something that can be considered. Right now, that's what they're aiming at, but they're aiming at that as a floor, and a floor that is a serious floor, that there's not the ability to drop below it. And it's not easy to move your pass rate up if it falls significantly below that. One school said something that stood out to me. They said, I understand that the NPR for my school is 40%. However, when I surveyed my students, 96% of my students intended to become licensed and practice law. Therefore, my mission is to continue until my first-time pass rate is 96%. And I think that with the increased disclosures that we give, it will be easier for students to understand the kind of results they could reasonably expect at the schools than in the past.
Is there any other comments or any additional questions? Doctor, all good?
I guess my concern is, while there may be jobs for JD Advantage students, those people can go to unaccredited law schools. So that the thought of spending a lot of money to go to a California accredited and have a pass rate that I see is pretty low seems to be a ripoff to the consumer student. But those are my thoughts.
Thank you. We appreciate that feedback. It's kind of why we're opening this forum for discussion, to kind of see the pulse of the committee and kind of, get additional feedback, because this is a very new process that we're navigating. Was there any other tips, anything else? If not, then I'm going to...
I'll just sort of dovetail off of what was just mentioned, because I attended the CS Bars meeting yesterday and know some things that you talked about, Kareem, but even in the text, as you read it up there, things like affordable, the group is tackling to kind of make sure that, it's basically a relative term, right? So paying high prices, are you going to get what you actually are sort of expecting? That, again, is what the group is sort of making sure that the language that's used is, I won't say misinterpreted, but doesn't convey a message that misleads the public, like you were mentioning, Paul. Are we talking about lawyers? Are we talking about the general public in a lot of these things? So it's as clear as possible.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I appreciate you being there and for providing that additional feedback. Yes. Go, yeah.
More of like a background question. I know we've discussed this previously, but could you briefly explain the difference again between the accreditation and the registered schools? Like, what are the requirements?
Natalie, if you could provide that.
Thanks.
Sure, yeah. So the first step for most schools is registration. It's a relatively administrative step, and you'll actually see some registration applications in the new year. They have some basic requirements as to what the school must look like and what the school content must have, but they do not have a minimum pass rate of any kind. When they move to the accredited, there are some additional requirements about the resources that need to be available, increased practical skills training, and a minimum pass rate. So there's a more clear threshold, whereas accredited is very flexible, and it's very much a buyer beware category.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll proceed. So this is a list of values that CS Bars has collectively gathered and is being used as a basis for the revised rules. It's going to ensure a rule that is focused, effective, and efficient. And so these were briefly presented, I believe, at a previous meeting and will be most likely reduced and pared down. And so if you review them, it's kind of, these are concepts that we brought forth that we extracted, again, like I mentioned, from the State Bar mission, and then things of value that of importance to the law schools and, of course, the State Bar mission as well. So if you are comfortable with these values, as you were last time, this is going to be our guidance moving forward as we dive a little deeper moving forward. like I mentioned, we're going to be exploring this throughout March, and so we're going to be using these values as our frame of mind when we're approaching our discussion and our dialogue about how we're going to create some rules or guidelines that apply.
On preparation for licensee, might it be clearer if you said what you're preparing them for? Are you preparing for the exam? Are you preparing to practice law? Some clarification, I think, would be useful.
So, Jim, I like to think of these more as purpose statements, getting exactly at what you were thinking, and the committee is going to be converting these into purpose statements. So, for me, the word values is sort of confusing in this context, and what I'm thinking of is, the purpose for the state bar accreditation of law schools is what do we really want to say about preparation for licensure? I think the bullets leave a little sort of too much room to really understand what the purpose is. The way that I've been talking about it with the committee and with staff is really, we need to understand what's the purpose for the state bar accreditation, right? Why are we doing it? Because that will then guide what the rules should be. If our sole purpose, right, let's say something ridiculous. If our sole purpose for accrediting law schools is to ensure that law students within 6 months after graduation are fully employed as lawyers, then do I care what the law library looks like? Probably not. Do I care what their employment outcomes are? Do I care what their career services offerings are? Do I care what their externship programs are? Absolutely. So I would have rules about that because that ties back to what is the purpose of why we're doing the accreditation. So one of those purposes, when we look at licensure, getting back to Anjali, what does that mean in terms of what's the rule about what percentage the pass rate should be? That has to be one of the rules if part of our purpose is preparing the students to receive a JD within a reasonable amount of time after they have graduated receive licensure within a reasonable time after they've graduated. One of the interesting things that I found, frankly, in the meetings is the number of the deans. A couple of deans have said repeatedly, there's certainly some discussion in the room about these being opportunity schools, and so there are a variety of reasons why somebody might attend one of these law schools, and it's not necessarily to get to become an attorney, to pass the bar and become an attorney. And a couple of deans have said, well, everyone who's coming to our school is doing it to become an attorney. Everyone's trying to become licensed. And so it really has been a pretty interesting discussion with some of those deans saying, no, the purpose of coming to this school is, in fact, to get licensed, going to that point that Natalie was making. And so I think we do need to make sure that, we have an understanding of what the appropriate pass rate should be, and that would be sort of one of the rules to satisfy the purpose of preparing students to be admitted to the bar within a reasonable amount of time after graduation.
Yes.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for your work on this. And I understand the values are sort of broad, and I'm trying to understand how much of a deep dive you're going to go into this in the future. For example, on the third one, diversity, inclusion, and equity, a lot of organizations have those as their values. So by deep dive, I mean is diversity sort of in the future going to talk about an outreach plan based on the location of the school? Will inclusion be faculty and staff as well as students themselves? And for equity, I'm assuming some of this is going to be affordability, that kind of thing. So for each of these, are we talking about engagement in some sort of a committee at the school itself to take a look at how to enact these values?
That's actually a great question. Alex, did you want to expand off that, or?
No, I have my own separate comments.
Okay, let me address Vince real quick. Really great suggestions. We're actually going to be working on teams. So CS Bars will be pairing up. And it's funny you mentioned diversity, equity, and inclusion because those are values that I was very adamant about being included in the process. So this is our homework assignment for the next couple of weeks that Natalie assigned us for. So me and one of my good friends, Greg Brandis, will be discussing this and taking a real deep dive and actually creating a statement that applies to this. So I do appreciate your feedback, and if you have any additional, we're definitely open. And then you have other groups that will be working on separate values. Natalie, did you want to?
Yeah, sure. So Vince, historically, even though this has been a core purpose for almost all of the schools would say that right up front, other than compliance with the law or noticing that there is not compliance with the law, there were not specific statements. And so this will be the first time that there will be specific statements and plans. And the first dive that the committee took into seeing what other accreditors do is seeing how they measure diversity, how they measure cultural competency, and how they weave it into their curriculum, as well as their faculty hiring. So this will actually be something new as far as being explicit in the rules.
Oh, that's great. I appreciate the effort, and I understand these things are processes. So when you say you have a value, you could adopt it intellectually, but putting it into effort is a whole other thing. So I really appreciate the effort of the
Definitely. Alex, you had additional comments?
Yeah, so I was just doing a little research. So I know the Business Professional Code already offers some notion of the definition of public protection and what it should include. This is already in the code. Questions I have for everyone is, what does it exactly mean when we say public protection in the context of accreditation? Are we talking about protecting the public from incompetent lawyers? Are we talking about protecting students from schools who are charging exorbitant amount of fees? What are we? I guess the term public protection without more is somewhat vague. So the question is whether we need to further define and brainstorm on the exact parameter of this phrase.
That's a great point, and I will take that back to CS Bars, and we will have those discussions. As I mentioned, we did have those discussions, but of course, we could always elaborate and reference the business code. I think it actually was brought up during one of the dialogues that we were having. I don't know if you recall any specifically, Natalie.
Yeah, so that's something that we're working on putting into the code, and everyone understood consumer protection as the core purpose for the State Bar's mission, and we're figuring out how to weave it into the rules in a way that it makes sense to provide good product for the students as well as the public. So I think there's still a little bit of a shakeout going on in that.
And just to expand off that, a lot of the discussion as well has been, if this ends up becoming a rule that we're expecting our law schools to adhere to, what impact is that going to do to affordability? Like, how does everything impact everything else? The more stringent do we make it? Does it make an additional layer of governance and oversight and accountability to where it's no longer legally affordable to attend these opportunity schools? So that's something that I know is pressing on the minds of the conversations that we do have. So, but I appreciate your comments. You had some too, Bethany.
Yeah. Another suggestion for potential value, I think, I guess it kind of goes with diversity and inclusion, but also like access to justice. And I'm thinking about areas like in the Central Valley where, there is no ABA schools. Now they have one of our accredited law schools out there, but just ensuring that people that live in areas that are not major urban hubs in California have access to licensed attorneys to practice.
Mm-hmm. I share your sentiment. I live in a region that's very impacted as well. But that's kind of where we're talking about creating these new online accreditations so we could provide that opportunity as well. I know that in the purpose statements as we're developing them, I don't recall who's doing, that's my group that's doing that, huh? So I will take that feedback to my partner and make sure we have those discussions as well. And like I said, this will come back to you. This is going to be something that we will review as a body and finalize as a team. So, yes.
I would suggest that you could think about considering increasing access to legal services under the public protection value. because in fact, pursuant to the State Bar's overall statutory mission, increasing access to legal services is part of our effectuation of our public protection mission. So they're not sort of separate principles, and I think it will just add further complexity to all of the things you need to weigh when you try to figure out how to ensure that the accreditation standards appropriately advance public protection, which does also include ensuring that the public has access to affordable legal services. And then I wanted to make a note on diversity, inclusion, and equity, or just to make a comment that there are some things that you might consider. I think as a parallel effort, you have been working to identify enhanced reporting requirements for accredited and unaccredited schools. Is that correct? With race ethnicity data?
We have.
Right, and that's part of our work more broadly to increase the diversity of the legal profession. We are looking at law school attrition rates by race. And right now, we're only able to do that for ABA schools. So I know that staff and I believe at CS Bars have been working on new reporting requirements for accredited and unaccredited schools so that we'll be able to look at that attrition data. So as you think about about developing the diversity and inclusion components of your accreditation standards, you could think about attrition, and you could also think about attrition by race, and you can also think about bar passage by race, and to see if those statistics vary significantly to the statewide average, for example. That's one way to quantify and actualize a diversity value.
Thank you very much. Michael?
With all the conversation and discussion about public protection, I want to also just include that it seems like we're getting into similar waters or territories, boundaries, whatever you want to call it, with the ETILS group here for the State Bar, the Task Force on Access to Interfacial Legal Services. I was curious about whether or not we're going to, as a community of bar criminals, if we're going to be doing any type of reach or interconnectivity with the ATILS, because if I recall, one of the initiatives is to allow non-attorneys to practice law and open essentially the floodgates to tech companies and tax people to practice law without whether or not they will be licensed to the State Bar. That's another conversation. But it seems like we're touching similar boundaries with law schools and accreditation and all this stuff with public protection. I just was reminded about this initiative, about whether or not we should do anything. It may be a little not in the overall scheme of the conversation about school accreditation, but it's something in which I just was reminded while discussing about public protection, and are we discussing, whether or not if the public will be protected by having competent attorneys and whatnot, and this initiative about law school accreditation and the broader sense of law schools in general, whether or not if we are producing attorneys to help increase that, and then the recent conversation about online schools, about providing legal education, how that entangles, I guess, with the initiative with the Task Force on Access to Interfacial Legal Services, whether or not them allowing non-attorneys to be practicing law and not having to do pretty much, I guess, education or ethics training, whether or not they will require that, I have no idea. But I was just curious if that's something in which we should be also considering.
Well, our State Bar rules direct us to focus on, accreditation, admissions, and so in terms of the ADLS project, it's a little outside of the scope of what we are, what CBE's been directed to focus on. But that doesn't mean that we work in a vacuum also. I mean, we're aware of that project, of those initiatives. We all are working under the same, strategic plan goals for the State Bar. So I think being aware of each of our, both what we've been directed to do as well as our overall mission is probably the best that we can do.
And that also gets back to Donna's conversation too, Michael, that at the end of the day, we're seeing the schools say that more students are attending without the intention of practicing law and possibly going in to these technology or other areas. But at the end of the day, the mission of the JD program is to prepare every student for licensure, whether or not they choose it. They have the option to do so. And so those entering these other areas would come with that training if they earn that JD. And it's up to them whether they pursue the licensure, but they would bring that background and that heft to these other avenues.
Clarification
Alex, yes.
question. Do we mean diversity, inclusion, and equality and not equity?
Equity.
Really?
Yes.
Or should it be equality and equity? Because I heard a lot of buzzwords between diversity, inclusion, and quality.
Yeah.
Versus equity, but something to ponder.
It is. It's. I know DEI has been very new terminology that's being more embraced in the this space. Like even when we reviewed ABA and WASC, they all maintained this similar type of language in regards to this. So a lot of these were extracted, like we mentioned, from several institutional and programmatic accreditors. So we're kind of trying to not so much mirror, but create that foundation to where we have a wholesome perspective. But it's not, like I mentioned, we're not doing this in a silo. So I could take that back to our group and see how we could, what way we can make sure that's addressed.
Well, and I think in the best interest of time, it's probably important not to get bogged down on the values and the working statements. We know that these are working values and statements. The idea is that we have a foundation that we want to use to create or at least reevaluate our rules based on these values. So, anyways, I just want to say that because I think we could have a conversation about each of these for a while. So it's definitely considerations that have been taking place at the CS BARS meeting.
So you can imagine our dialogue here, how it's being done to break it down just to these bullet points. It's very extensive. And we will continue working on it. Our next meeting is January 30th, if I believe. And that's when our homework is due, I believe. And we will come back and let you guys know how we're doing, where we're at, and kind of give some more guidance. If there's no other comments or questions.
Kareem, you mentioned the next meeting. Want to give them the time and
Yeah, it'll be January 30th. Traditionally, they're from 10:30 to 3. They are webcasted. They've all been webcasted, like I mentioned earlier. And that's kind of more or less where we're at right now. Natalie, unless you have something to add, I will allow Alex to continue. Seeing none, thank you.
Great, thanks, Kareem. So I mentioned earlier a framework for developing the rules, using a best practices model. The rules drafting process is beginning by taking a fresh look at this. So to make sure that these rules are focused on what needs to be regulated, to make sure that the rules and guidelines are refreshed, to be sure that they mesh in a way that's easy to use. Some current rules lack guidelines and vice versa, as additional requirements have been added. So using a framework like this will ensure that the State Bar is acting in accordance with the guiding values, focusing on regulatory effort for maximum impact, using the resources efficiently, and measuring outcomes to incentivize performance, address non-performance, inform the public, and encourage continuous improvement as well. So again, not to get bogged down, but this is just sort of like the framework that's being used for the rules and guidelines. Other input to consider during the revision, the committee feedback is definitely needed and I would say in some cases required. Make sure we have like a good healthy dialogue like we're having here today. But the feedback includes formal requests as a request to evaluate the major change process. It also includes sidebars, suggestions that were discussed during consideration of various motions. Now here's another slide to kind of just refresh those who have been here in the past. past, some committee requests and input from the past from the standpoint of students understanding the type of accreditation. We were just talking about this just recently. Just an example from, and I won't bring up the name of the schools or whatever, but there was instances where some thought students didn't differentiate between ABA and the state bar when it comes to disclosures and advertising and enrollment disclosures. Make sure they're clearly spell out rights and limitations of the JD degree. Fee and payment structures that make sure that they are clear and consistent as well. Schools need to know and accept the responsibility as to fees in ongoing situations and situations of non-compliance. We'll be talking about, in some cases, example of that. Review criteria for motions for accreditation or a major change. Selecting the best tracking metrics to ensure public protection and maximize student outcomes. Reviewing major change categories, notices versus motions, change of ownerships, moves, other categories such as evaluating potential notice categories, defining substantial compliance, and tailoring non-compliance options to address the nature and severity of the issue too. From the law school, here was a list, and I'm not going to go and drill down to each one of these, but this was input from the law schools. Give everyone the opportunity to read that. And this was information that's provided by the COWs. The committee can reject or accept these as they see fit in the ongoing conversations. Any comments? Yes.
So, there we go. I would also note that all of the input that we're reflecting here reflects input that's been received over time. And so it may be when we finalize all of our purpose statements, why the State Bar accredits law schools, some of the input that we've gotten over time will no longer make sense for having rules that address. It may not. We'll need to figure that out, and that'll just be part of our consideration as we go through what rules should be adopted to effectuate those purpose statements.
In talking about being deemed accredited, this is sort of the concept that will definitely change as rules and the guidelines emerge, but ABA schools are deemed accredited by the State Bar. Through this exercise, schools that are accredited by national and regional institutional accreditors will have a modified deemed accredited status, though they will still have obligations to the State Bar, such as reporting on key elements. So again, this is just more the concept, and it's definitely going to modify as time goes on. Next steps. So as was mentioned earlier, I want to thank everybody for their feedback and input today, and definitely let's continue and keep that process going. You can send any thoughts or comments to staff. You know that Kareem is on CS Bars representing the Committee of Bar Examiners as well in this process. As he mentioned earlier, at the January meeting, there'll be an update that he can provide as well. Natalie, do you have any final closing comments on this part?
I think you've captured it, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
We're not done. We still have a few more items on the ed standards, but for this part, like Natalie mentioned, any questions that she can answer?
The one invitation that I would make is to know that now you'll be hearing about this at each meeting until you have a rule set in the very near term. And should something come up in the meantime, please do not, a question, a concern, a suggestion, please do not hesitate to contact me directly so that I can communicate it to CS bars.
Okay, so let's see, item B is withdrawn, but C, report on Lady Justice Law School voluntary surrender of registration, that's a 401.
Yes. So, open item 401, Lady Justice Law School, voluntary request for termination of registration. The school filed a request on October 31st to voluntarily terminate its registration as an unaccredited law school effectively. Just a little bit of a background. The school is a limited liability company registered as an unaccredited fixed facility law school since 2016. Earlier this year in August, the school suspended classes before the start of the fall semester, and classes did not resume. I know many times people are concerned about the students, and so as we understand it, former students are pursuing transfer options and were not billed for the fall semester. Students scheduled to start their law study were unable to do so, and those who had not yet passed the first year law students' examination were on study leave and remain eligible to take that examination and can earn credit for the first year of study. And finally, at least one student has passed the first year law student examination and has transferred already to another school. And Jen, just as a reminder, under Rule 4.268 of the rules for unaccredited law schools, the committee will terminate a law school's registration on a specific date, and at which time it will also terminate its degree granting authority. So at this time, I want to open up if anyone has any questions, and also I should have asked Natalie if there's any additional input or information you want to provide. No? No? Okay. So there is a staff recommendation and a motion. So I want to give people an opportunity to read that because there are a lot of details in that motion that I want to make sure everybody is clear on.
And it is that long because it has the wind-up elements in it. So it's essentially explaining that the students need an access to get transcripts in the future. The first-year law student requirement still applies to these students, and they may continue their education. And any outstanding fees remain due to the State Bar, and the State Bar will move to collect those fees.
Thanks for that summary, Natalie. So is there a motion?
I'll move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Great, thank you. And then open item 402. It's a report on Thomas Jefferson School of Law status and compliance. Just as some background, well, after a period of probation, the ABA advised Thomas Jefferson School of Law that it would withdraw ABA approval. The school's ABA approval will terminate on December 17th at the conclusion of the school's final examination period. In October of last year, 2018, the committee granted the school's request to confirm its status as a school that was deemed accredited as a result of the ABA approval and to adopt an expedited transition plan of the school's ABA approval if the ABA approval should expire. As part of the process, the school submitted a full self-study. At the time of the application, the school's 2018 NPR was 70.5%. There is an inspection scheduled in early 2020, but the school plans to submit a teach-out plan to the ABA that would allow its currently enrolled students to receive an ABA-approved degree, while new students enrolling will attend under State Bar accreditation. Because the committee already approved a plan in October 2018, no further action is needed at this time. Again, Natalie, any additional information you want to provide?
just want to be available to any who have procedural questions about this going forward, but you've put all of the steps in motion. And Thomas Jefferson School of Law is cooperating on all axes at this point.
Great. Okay, the final thing are the goals for the standards. There are no new goals from the last time we did meet, and there's the update from the CS bars in terms of their activity. Any comments or thoughts on the goals? Okay, can I get a motion to approve the goals?
Motion by, and Kim, I'm so sorry, I promised you I would do this and I haven't been doing it. So the motion was made by Alex. Kim has to write it down and sometimes it'll happen so fast. I'm not going to say the names out loud, but I apologize, Kim. Motion's made by Mr. Chan and seconded by our Vice Chair, Mr. Kim. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, and I am sorry, Paul Kramer, we did not vote to approve the goals that you identified. You're so thorough, I just kept moving. So,
Okay, to approve the changes, yeah.
Is there a motion to approve the examination goals as set forth and shared by Paul earlier?
Second.
And seconded by Mr. Lawrence. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, abstained. So that passes. I apologize, Paul.
Robbie, really quick, so just out of an abundance of caution, we'll re-agendize the approval of the report on Lady Justice Law School voluntary surrender of registration because there's no action item on the agenda. So we'll just re-vote on that at the next meeting.
All right, moving on. Wow, on new moral character chair, Dolores. Wow, welcome. Awesome.
Okay, so we're looking at item 0500, the proposed moral character committee goals. Just quickly, the number one on that list is the continue to present findings of the moral character working group, and we had that this morning. One of the comments I want to make about that, however, is the fact that one of the things that working group is doing is creating some matrices that identify the list of things that should be taken into consideration in determining moral character. And the schools are having input, and the working group as a whole is working on that. And it's like, I don't know how many of you have seen it. I think that some of those copies of that just went out to the committee itself. But that lists the item to be looked at, the degree of transgression that moves you through to the level of requiring an interview, moral character interview. One of the comments I made when I saw the matrices, actually there were two comments. One was that as the working group moves along this process, I hope that at some point existing staff has an opportunity to review those matrices before they get set in concrete, because for two reasons. After all, the staff are the ones that are going to be implementing this, so they should have an opportunity to review, just as in many of these reports, this committee has the opportunity to review things before they become finalized. The other thing was that I'm hoping that this working group also takes into consideration the existing matrices that the staff is using. If the staff is already conducting moral character reviews and moral character interviews before this working group has finished doing its work. So we're kind of in a transition period and a flux period, and so I'm hoping that the committee, the working group is looking at what the staff is currently doing, so all of that fits together in some kind of meaningful sequence. So I think we'll continue to see some reports from that working group. So that's number one. Numbers 2 and 3, we basically accomplished those. And we're looking at potentially receiving more training in the future. So if anybody has recommendations for the topics for training, please send those to staff. And we will be conducting some administrative reviews as applicants who have denied file an appeal to us. So that's basically what we're about. So I'd like a motion to accept those proposed moral character goals.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions?
That was a motion by Dr. Bolton.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dolores. That's awesome. Okay, we're ready to go into closed session. We've been at it for a little bit more than 2 hours. Why don't we just take a very short 10-minute break, and then we'll be back here for closed session at 5 to 2. 5 to 3. Okay. Bye.